Right, whenever you are. No, I could just take that. Yeah.
Okay, is everybody ready to go? And Ms. Boulay, are you ready?
Good morning, Judge. I'm ready.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Boulay, if you're the only one who's not here with us. If you have any trouble with audio or video at any point during the hearing, well, please let me know. I don't think you're shy, and I think you'll speak up, but I just want to hammer this home that you are one of the most important people here. So if you can't hear or see sufficiently to be able to produce an accurate transcript, I need to know that, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Ms. Federico, we're ready?
Yes.
All right, great, thank you. We are on the record in the Colorado Public Utilities Commission's proceeding number 23A-0215E. My name is Connor Farley. I am the administrative law judge assigned to this proceeding. It is approximately now 9:03 a.m. on October 12th, 2023. And this evidentiary hearing is being webcast. This hearing was scheduled in decision number R23-0466-I that issued on July 19th, 2023. The hearing was scheduled as a hybrid hearing in which the participants can choose to participate in person or remotely. As noted, it looks like all the parties, all the witnesses are here in person. Our court reporter is participating remotely. Decision number R23-0466-I also included instructions on how to participate remotely. Those instructions are kind of in light of everybody being here. The hearing was originally scheduled for 2 days before settlement between two of the parties was reached. Decision number R23-0578-I, granted an unopposed motion submitted by Public Service, I believe, asking for, among other things, the 2 days, today and tomorrow, to be reduced to only today, October 12th, for the hearing in light of the settlement. So that's where we are with that. I will take appearances and I will turn to Public Service first.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Christopher Irby. I work for Excel Energy Services. Also here with me at the council table is Matthew Larson from the law firm Wilkinson, Barker and Maurer.
Thank you and welcome to both of you. I'll turn next to staff.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie McLaughlin, Assistant Attorney General, on behalf of staff of the Public Utilities Commission.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Paul Kide. I'm a First Assistant Attorney General for the state of Colorado, also appearing on behalf of trial staff.
Thank you and welcome to both of you. And just one thing for everybody, nobody needs to stand when they're addressing me. You can remain seated. So I appreciate the standing, but you don't need to do it. No calisthenics today. So I'll turn to the UCA next.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michelle Singer Nelson, representing the Utility Consumer Advocate Office. And good morning, Kate Crampton, Assistant Attorney General, also representing a Utility Consumer Advocate.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Patrick Wittershine, Assistant Attorney General, also on behalf of the Utility Consumer Advocate.
Thank you and welcome to everybody. Thanks for being here. And thank you for your good use of the microphones. As noted before we went on the record, our court reporter is participating remotely. So use of the microphones is very important here today. So let me just address a few preliminaries before we get going. The first has to do with exhibits. And as with all of our proceedings like this one, we are conducting this hearing utilizing electronic pre-filed exhibits as much as possible or practicable. A spreadsheet has been prepared to navigate documents that were pre-filed in the Commission's administrative record. The spreadsheet has been marked as hearing exhibit 400. Thank you. It reflects the date of the latest filed version of each exhibit as it appears on the Commission's administrative record, a title reference for hearing exhibits that will be utilized during the hearing, and the titles of the hearing exhibit as reflected in the Commission's records. Any exhibit listed in the spreadsheet that is admitted into evidence will be admitted by administrative notice based upon the existing files referenced in the Commission's file. As such, those portions of the administrative record will become part of the evidentiary record. The fact being administratively noticed is that the electronic pre-filed copy of the administrative record is the content of the otherwise admissible exhibit being admitted. Now, Ms. Federico emailed the spreadsheet marked as hearing exhibit 400 to you, to all the parties on October 9th, I believe. Is that right, Ms. Federico? Thank you. You have now had plenty of time to review hearing exhibit 400 and note and suggest any changes. So let me ask, is there any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 400, which is the spreadsheet? I'm not hearing. Go ahead.
No objection. However, we do have a revised exhibit for UCA witness Chris Neal's testimony. And I would like to move at this point for admission of that document to the extent there are no objections. And I already talked to the company. It sounded like they don't have any objection, but I didn't have the opportunity to talk to staff.
So, and is that hearing exhibit 300 Rev 1?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 300 revision 1? I'm not hearing any objections. So with that, hearing exhibit 300, revision 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to note there are 2 exhibits to that document that were revised as well. CN2 and CN7. That was just to complete the documents. When they were filed, they were inadvertently incomplete as far as the references from Mr. Neal's testimony. So we wanted to make sure that the commission had in the record all of the references that were included in Mr. Neal's testimony that related to CN2 and CN7.
So let me ask, is there any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 300 attachments CN2 Rev 1 and CN7 Rev 1?
No objection from the company, Your Honor.
So, assuming, go ahead,
Staff objects to both of those attachments at this time.
does object,
Yes.
okay? So I'm gonna reserve ruling on that objection until you have an opportunity to address it with your witness, Ms. Singer-Nelson, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so just to be clear, hearing exhibit 300 Rev 1 has been admitted, but hearing exhibit 300 attachments CN2 and CN7, both with Rev 1s after them, have not been admitted. So, coming kind of full circle on this issue, I didn't hear any objection, but I'm gonna ask one more time, is there any objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 400, which is the spreadsheet provided by Ms. Federico?
No objection from the company, Your Honor.
None from staff.
No objection from UCA. Thank you.
Okay, hearing exhibit 400 is admitted. Okay. Just a few more preliminaries that I have. So as noted at the outset, the hearing is scheduled for one day today. My review of the cross-examination matrix that was filed, I think, on October 9th, confirms that we should not even need a full day today. Does anybody think otherwise? Not hearing anybody, so I'm gonna move forward with the assumption that we'll be here just today. So the order of witnesses, as I understand it, is as presented on the cross-examination matrix. So I'm going to stick with that until anybody, unless and until anybody disabuses me of my assumption. The order of the examination of each witness, as always, will be any introduction / direct, cross-examination by any party that wants cross-examination. I will be given the opportunity then for any questions that I may have, and then redirect after that. Let me ask if anybody wants to make an opening statement. Those are not typical in these types of cases, but I thought I'd give the opportunity. Anybody want an opening statement? Okay, the answer is no. So that's it for the preliminaries that I have. Does any party have any other issues you'd like me to address at this point?
Your Honor, Michelle Singer-Nelson, I will disabuse you of the notion that the witnesses are going to go as listed on the cross-examination matrix. The UCA was the only party that had allotted any time for Mr. Knighton of Public Service, the witness that's listed as the first witness this morning. And UCA has informed the parties and has decided to not have any cross-examination for Mr. Knighton this morning.
Okay. And I'm assuming staff will stand by the decision reflected on the matrix to not have any cross-examination of Mr. Knighton?
That is correct.
Okay. And does public service have anything they want to do with Mr. Knighton?
Well, Your Honor, that depends on you. If the commission has any questions, Mr. Knight is here and prepared to present. Otherwise, we can move to Mr. Bogner.
I do not have any questions planned for Mr. Knighton, so I think he can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And anything further?
I have one, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
We're not quite sure how that works. Don't know if you would prefer us to keep our seats while we're doing examinations of witnesses, or if you would like us to use the stand-up area over there. I was just looking for your personal preference on how you would like to do that.
I do not have a preference, so it's entirely up to you. And the owl that you're referring to is supposedly smart enough to be able to figure it out.
Fantastic.
So whatever you want to do. That being said, I will say this primarily for the court reporter. The owl's video does bounce around a bit, as you probably noticed on the video feed. If that becomes distracting or is insufficient, particularly for our court reporter, we do have the traditional camera in the back that we can switch to. Is that right, Ms. Federico? Okay. So don't be shy if you see a problem with the video feed from the owl. It does, the video jumps around based on who's speaking. That's the theory anyway, and I think it does a pretty good job, but it can bounce around a bit at times. So anyway, if anybody has a problem with it, just don't be shy, let me know. So is there anything further by way of preliminaries? Okay, not hearing anything, so with that, we'll just jump right in. And Mr. Irby, Mr. Lawson, whoever's handling the first witness can call the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Matthew Larson on behalf of Public Service. I'd like to call Michael L. Bogner to the stand.
Thank you. Okay, welcome, Mr. Bogner. Before you get seated, why don't you raise your hand, right hand, and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Please be seated. Get yourself situated, and when you're ready to go, please state your name for the record and spell your name as well. And so with the microphone, you know it's on by pushing the button, and if the green light is on, you're good to go.
Got it. Okay, well, I am Michael L. Bogner, Michael Lboughner.
Thank you, and welcome again. And Mr. Larson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Bogner.
Good morning.
So you've already stated and spelled your name for the record. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy, and I'm the Director of Power Operations at Excel.
And did you oversee the preparation cause to be filed, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 104, which is your settlement testimony?
I did.
And that's also accompanied by attachment MLB1, correct?
Correct.
And I believe those have already been moved into the record, Your Honor, by virtue of the admission of hearing exhibit 400. So with that, Mr. Bogner is available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. UCA is indicated as having the only questions for Mr. Bogner, so go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Bogner. My name's Michelle Singer Nelson.
Good morning.
I can see you. I thought maybe the owl would be in the way, but it works out pretty well. I think primarily I'm going to go through some of the discovery responses that you sponsored. And Ms. Federico, I believe the UCA has put several documents in its box file. Exhibit 301 is the first one. Mr. Bogner, can you see the exhibits on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Great. Will you identify this document for the record?
I believe this is our discovery responses to set 2 from the UCA.
Okay, and could we scroll up just a hair? Thank you. Are you the sponsor of this response?
Yes, I am.
And it reads, please admit that Hayden 1 is capable of generating 87,000 to 90,000 megawatts per hour each month. If anything other than unconditional admission, please detail the facts supporting this response. And your response was admit.
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Move for admission of exhibit 301, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
301 is admitted.
Next, I'd like to pull up exhibit 306.
Want to just interrupt for a moment and tell everybody in the room, particularly counsel and witnesses, if you're having problems seeing the screen over here, let me know. We can try to accommodate you, but it's not going to be easy. But it's important that counsel and witnesses be able to see what's on the screen. So if there's any problem, please let me know. Go ahead, Ms. Singer-Nelson.
Mr. Bogner, is this discovery request UCA 2-26 and Public Services response to that discovery request?
It appears to be, yes.
And the response is sponsored by you, is that true?
Yes.
And the answer is an objection?
Yes, the answer was an objection.
So here UCA asked, please provide the cost and cost savings from a GenTrader model run for August 2022 through December 2022 with the following changes. Base load, Craig and Hayden coal generation, Cherokee 4 not committed after load decreases, parens or maybe at all. Third bullet is Cherokee 6-7 running in 1-by-1 model. Next, only one of the Comanche 1 or 2 shut down for September through November. And finally, Cabin Creek fully available. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And the objection is Public Service objects to this request to the extent it seeks information in a form that doesn't currently exist, and it would take a special study to produce such information. Then the company further objects to the use of the phrase cost savings in the question as it assumes facts not in evidence.
That's correct.
So when Mr. Neal asked for a model run in GenTrader to estimate costs associated with some of his recommendations, it's true that Public Service objected and did not agree to run those model runs.
Yes, that's correct.
Please pull up exhibit 302, Ms. Federico. Thank you.
Mr. Bogner, if you could move the microphone a little bit closer to you. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, this one is discovery request UCA 2-8, and it includes public services response to the discovery request. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you the sponsor of this response?
Yes.
And here too, it's a request from UCA for a run of the model that demonstrates the cost savings that would have accrued if Hayden 1 was dispatched at 87,000 megawatts per hour to 90,000 megawatts per hour in each month from September 2022 through December 2022. And Public Service objected, again saying that the request seeks information in a form that does not currently exist and would take a special study to produce such information. Public Service also objects to the form of the question as it assumes facts not in evidence. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
And then in the response, you say subject to and without waiving the objections, the company has not performed such a study as noted in the objection. However, the company notes that it's possible that generation at the reference levels may have increased overall cost to customers. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Isn't it true that we know the answer and you wouldn't have to talk about possibilities if you would have run the model with those inputs?
We would have had a modeled result with the modeled outcomes of a study if we had been able to perform that study in the time we had before the hearing. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Your Honor, I'm gonna move to admit all of the discovery responses that I go through at the end of my discussion. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Everybody keep track.
I was gonna do that because I didn't keep track.
I mean, it would be probably better and more efficient for all of us, maybe not more efficient, but better to move at the time that you're addressing an exhibit.
Okay,
That would be our preference as well, Your Honor.
all right, so to the extent I did not move to admit Exhibit 306, at this point, it's a UCA 2-26 and Public Services response to that question. I move to admit Exhibit 306.
And just so I'm clear, that's the response to UCA 2-26 that was previously on the screen.
Yes.
No objection from the company.
306 is admitted.
And next, I'll move to admit Exhibit 302, which is the one that is currently on the screen, UCA 2-8 and Public Services response to that data request.
Got it. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
302 is submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next exhibit is 303. Mr. Bachner, is this Public Services response to discovery request UCA 2-11?
It is, yes.
And I think you have to scroll down pretty far. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Federico. Did you sponsor this exhibit?
I did.
And here again, does this question ask in subpart C that the company provide the cost savings that would have accrued if Craig 1 was dispatched at 24,000 megawatts per hour and Craig 2 at 20,000 megawatts per hour in each month from August 2022 through December 2022?
Ms. Federico, if you could scroll up to the question.
Oh, it's subpart C.
Mr. Wagner, do you remember the question?
Yes, I do. I see the question. I don't think it's asking if Craig can generate 24,000 megawatts per hour. I think it's 4,000 megawatt hours.
Oh,
for
megawatt,
the
yeah,
month,
sorry,
20,000 megawatt hours for the month.
that's correct. I apologize for that. So, all right. And the company objected to that question as well in subpart C. I think-
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the objection there, again, was that it would require a special study.
That's right.
Thank you.
So let me just ask everybody to try to avoid talking over top of each other. It's obviously very important for our court reporter to get an accurate transcript. So please try to avoid that.
Your Honor, I'll move to admit Exhibit 303.
Any objection?
No objection.
303 is admitted.
Exhibit 304. Mr. Wagner, is this Public Services response to UCA's discovery request 2-18?
Yes, it is.
And are you the sponsor to this response or this discovery response?
I am.
Your Honor, move to admit.
Any objection to the admission of 304?
No objection.
304 is admitted.
The next exhibit is 305. And is this Public Services response to discovery request UCA 2-21?
Yes, it is.
And are you the sponsor of this exhibit?
I am.
Your Honor, I'll move to admit exhibit 305.
Not hearing an objection.
No objection.
Thank you. 305 is admitted.
And then finally, exhibit 307, please. Is this a Public Services response to UCA discovery request 3-4?
It is.
And you're the sponsor here as well, are you not?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll move to admit exhibit 307.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
307 is admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Bogner. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Singer Nelson. Mr. Bogner, thank you for being here. I have a few questions for you. Ms. Federico, if we could call up hearing exhibit 300, Rev 1, please. Let's go to page 16, please. So, Mr. Bogner, before I ask you about anything on hearing exhibit 300, my understanding is that Public Service, I think at your direction, use Plexos and GenTrader software to estimate the 2022 coal displacement power costs. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
So turning to hearing exhibit 300 now up on the screen, a question is asked on line 6, and this is Mr. Neal's testimony in opposition to the settlement. Question is asked, do you have any confidence in Piesco's calculations? And he responds, no. And then I'll just read it into the record. He then goes on to state, PSCO has not provided any reasonable basis for these results. Its cost recovery model comes as a black box. I wanted to give you the opportunity just to respond to that, to help me understand this. I'll be frank, I've heard about and questioned public service witnesses about the Plexus software in the past. I'd just like to know more about it and this black box idea.
Sure.
So it sounds like, just based on what I do know, public service has a license to Plexus software. But its license, based on my understanding, limits what public service can share, is what I've heard in the past. But why don't you address Mr. Neal's point here and give me some understanding about whether you agree that your cost recovery model comes as a black box. Just give me something here.
Sure. So yes, PSCO runs two different production cost optimization models, one of which is Plexus. And we typically use Plexus for longer term forward-looking projections and estimates of forecasted costs and operations of our system. GenTrader is typically used for much shorter term, like next day or next week, shorter term planning models, unit commitment models that require us to more granularly look at how we are going to commit and dispatch and optimize our assets to serve our customers on a daily basis. It's also used to do backward-looking analysis. So in GenTrader, because GenTrader is tied to the database with all of the data for all of our units, that where all of our actual meter data, actual operating characteristics come from. That's why we typically use GenTrader to do backward-looking analysis, which was ultimately the model that we used in this case to refine and provide the final estimates of the costs associated with cold mitigation. So, you know, these models are kind of industry standard models. Production cost optimization modeling has been done by utilities in this industry for many decades. GenTrader and Plexus are both industry standard models. So I would not agree with the characterization that they are a black box. We, in fact, did in Discovery provide all of the inputs and outputs from the final model runs that were used to estimate the costs. So UCA does have those. The model itself is a licensed product. You do have to, you know, obviously pay for the right to use and run that model. But I think public service has been very transparent about how we went about, you know, running the model in this case, and how we went about revising the model as we went through time and gained more sort of insight after the initial runs, which were just done very quickly, very on a preliminary basis with Plexus, because Plexus was already stood up to kind of look at this period. Since that is the model that we had used to forecast cost for this period, we initially used Plexus to kick out an initial rough estimate. But many of the variables that went into that initial Plexus run were still kind of forecasted values, and the model was really not calibrated to how we actually ran the system. And that's why we then went back to GenTrader and redid the studies in GenTrader, calibrated the models to how, again, the actual constraints that we faced during the fall of 2022 while we were mitigating for coal. So GenTrader had much more detail in it regarding outages, forced and planned for units, transmission limitations, and things like that either required the must running of certain generators or limitations on how we could run other generators. updated, metered actuals for wind load, solar production, those kinds of things. So that was the process or the reason why we kind of went through 3 iterations of the modeling approach here. The final run, of course, being done as a result of going back and looking at the results from the first gen trader run that we did, and realizing that some of the constraints that were in place in the initial model run were not accurate around how we could have run the system if we did not have a coal shortage situation. The main one being that Comanche 1, which was in that first gen trader run, assumed to have been shut down and unavailable because it was essentially reaching the end of the life. It was about to retire. We wanted to preserve its remaining life for the peak winter month in December, where we were more likely to need it for capacity. But that actually was not the case. The primary driver or reason why we kept Comanche 1 off as much as possible was because we did need to conserve coal at the Comanche plant. So the assumptions around how Comanche 1 was treated in the change case, where we're looking at what would have happened if we didn't have to mitigate our coal inventory situation. The Comanche 1 was freed up and made available to operate in that case, which as a low-cost coal unit then resulted in lower costs in that change case, and ultimately a larger delta, a larger cost associated with coal mitigation. We also refined the assumptions around many of our gas plants, which in the initial run of Gen Trader were set to kind of a must commit to match in the change case, the without adders case, how we actually ran our gas-fired peaking fleet. In that revised run of Gen Trader, we allowed the model to decommit if there was a more economic solution in that change case, those gas-fired units. And again, that also led to some of the widening in the final cost estimate that you saw. So that's kind of a high-level overview. I don't know, hopefully that answered your question of what I think was actually it was an iterative approach to get to the best estimate that we could of the costs associated with mitigating this coal shortage situation, and as transparently as we possibly could.
So you anticipated another question that I have, and the question has to do with testimony by Mr. Neal on the same page, page 16 of hearing exhibit 300 Rev 1. And it's the Q&A starting at line 13, and it's really just lines 13 through about 15, where he testified that neither the model inputs nor the model outputs were provided or fully explained in PSCO's direct testimony, or something else. I'm not sure what it said, but he's basically saying that the inputs and outputs for the model were not disclosed, essentially. And I think that's one reason. I'm going to ask him the same question later, why he's saying that this was a black box for UCA. So as to that specific factual statement there in lines 14 and 15, I think I just heard you say that inputs and outputs were provided in discovery.
Right. I think the statement here is technically correct in that the inputs were not provided in direct testimony or as an attachment to settlement testimony.
Let me just interrupt you just for one moment. Ms. Federico, if you could scroll up just a little bit here so we can see, I'm sorry, scroll down. That's good right there. So just to clarify, now we can read it. He's saying neither the model inputs nor the model outputs were provided or fully explained in PSCO's direct testimony or its testimony supporting the settlement. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
So no, the inputs and outputs were not provided as part of the direct case or settlement testimony. They were provided later in response to discovery questions from the UCA asking to that commission.
Okay. And the hearing exhibits that were just admitted by UCA's counsel, were any of those the discovery that you're referring to here?
No, I don't believe any of the discovery that they admitted were the questions that where we did provide the data.
Okay, all right. So let me just follow up on a couple other things that you said here and in your settlement testimony. Sounds like the second run of the GenTrader model or software was based, at least in part, on a change in the understanding about why Comanche 1 was shut down during the relevant time period here.
Correct.
So I'm interested in hearing how you came to understand that change, specifically that I think you testified that originally the understanding was it was shut down because it was at the end of its useful life and you wanted to preserve whatever remaining useful life it had. The change was to an understanding that that played a role maybe in part, but that at least in some other part, Comanche 1 was shut down to conserve coal, given what was going on. So what I'm asking is, how did that change understanding happen? Who did you talk to? Who came to this realization?
Yeah, so my group is responsible for the operation of our generation fleet on a day-to-day basis, and was directly involved with the decision making around how to operate our fleet through this period. The modeling staff, which was performing the modeling, is in a different group, and so they initially, again, were operating under the assumption that no, it was shut down to preserve its remaining useful life. As we were given the opportunity to review through, I believe it was discovery questions asked by commission staff, the GenTrader models again, and we talked as a larger group, including my group. We informed the modeling group that in fact, no, we were the overarching factor or reason why we had shut Comanche 1 down was to conserve coal. So we simply didn't have enough coal to run all of the units at that plant and keep them online in sort of a base load or minimum load level throughout the fall without running out of coal. And so that was the driving factor. So we wanted to make sure that that in the revised modeling, they were capturing the incremental cost of having to shut that unit down to conserve coal.
Okay, so did you always understand from day one, you yourself, that that was the reason that Comanche 1 was shut down in the fall of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, staying on Comanche 1 for just a moment. Ms. Federico, if we could go to page 24 of hearing exhibit 300, red one. And starting at line 17. So why don't you just read the Q&A starting at line 13 through 19, and then I'll just have a question for you.
Okay.
So here, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Neal is testifying, starting on line 17. Pieska's modeling analysis shows that it, referring to Comanche 1, could have and should have been made available and run for much of September, October, and November. So I just want to hear your response to that.
Yeah, that's not what the modeling shows. The modeling, again, in the change case, the case where we did not have to apply any adders to the cost of the coal units where we were short on coal. The purpose of that case was to look at, again, the cost associated with operating the system if we did not have this coal shortage problem that we had to mitigate for. So the adders are removed in that case. The system is allowed to freely dispatch economically at cost. And so this seems to be suggesting that changing the way that we modeled Comanche 1 in that change case to make sure that we were accurately capturing the costs associated with mitigating this coal shortage somehow means we could have, even though there was a coal shortage, run Comanche 1 throughout the fall, and that's not the case. So again, our projections showed that if we were to have kept Comanche 1 on, with Comanche 3 also being on, Comanche 2 was an outage. There's 3 units at Comanche, and so Comanche 2 was on outage during part of the fall. And so we had Comanche 3 online. That unit was online through the entire fall, but for a few short forced outages. And our projections showed that if we had also kept Comanche 1 on, that we would have depleted our coal piles by the time we got to the beginning of winter to an unreliable, unsafe level. Too low to be able to operate that plant through the winter when our loads, are going to be higher with winter weather. We're likely to experience more extreme renewable generation volatility, and that we needed to make sure that we could preserve, again, that capacity for the month of December, where we were likely to start seeing some colder weather events, like we ultimately did in Winter Storm just before Christmas. So the way that we modeled this, and the fact that we changed how Comanche 1 was modeled in that without adders case, does not mean that we could have run Comanche 1 through the fall without running out of coal.
And so you just said without running out of coal. Previously, you said coal being depleted to a point at which it would have become unsafe, unreliable. So running out of coal is kind of different in my mind than depleting the coal reserves to a point that you have problems going forward. So which one was it? I mean, it sounds like Comanche 1 was kept offline, not because it would quote unquote run out of coal, but the coal reserves would be depleted to a point that would make future operations less reliable, less safe. Do I have that right?
Yes, and thanks for asking that clarification. Yes, I mean, the coal pile, you can never bring a coal pile all the way down to 0 days of coal remaining and still be able to operate the facility. When you get down to very little coal left on the pile, you're going to start scraping dirt, for lack of a better term, and not be able to operate the facility. So there's a certain minimum level of coal that you can really have in inventory before you're going to start running into some operational problems. But by saying that we would have run out of coal, I'm saying that we would have gotten down to those levels or even lower, and that the deliveries of coal by the railroad we would not have been able to keep up with the demand from the 3 coal facilities or coal plants or coal units at Comanche under a wintertime scenario if we had let the coal pile deplete down to those sort of minimum required levels. We would not have, again, at that time, deliveries were well below keeping pace with daily burn levels with those 3 units on. And so that's why we had to make sure that we preserved a certain minimum level of coal in inventory on the pile so that we did not run into a reliability situation where if we had to run all three of those coal units at full load during peak winter scenarios, we would not have had enough coal to sustain that operation. And we would have lost quite a bit of the capacity available from Comanche to serve our customers' demand.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Let me ask you this. I'm sure the answer to this question is in the record somewhere. I just don't remember the answer and where it is. So obviously, I think the record reflects that we are here because of a coal shortage in the fall of 2022, driven in large part, if not exclusively, by problems with the railroads and being able to deliver based on employment issues that they were having. It's probably more complicated than that, but that's my understanding of the big overarching reason for the shortages in the fall of 2022. So my question is, when did that problem get solved? In other words, when were coal deliveries back to the level and reliability of where they've been before this shortage occurred?
Yeah, good question. It varied depending on the plant that we're talking about. So I think on or around October 10th or so, at the Pawnee coal plant, we were able to get a second set, train set in service, because the railroad crews that kind of service that plant are out of a different location than the crews that service the Comanche plant. And so the labor issue, I guess, for lack of a better term, and I think Mr. Failer can probably speak to this a little bit better than I can, but based on my understanding, the labor shortages at the facility supporting the Pawnee plant were relieved enough, at least to get one more train set into service to Pawnee, which allowed us to remove the adders that we were applying to that facility around October 10th. The shortages, crew shortages affecting the location supporting the Comanche plant, those persisted for much longer. I think they were starting to get better and hiring crews and getting crews trained in late November, if I recall. And we started seeing improved deliveries and other set in service to Comanche right around the end of November, beginning of December. And then we're able to remove the adder for Comanche 3 at the very beginning of December. We still did not see service improve to the level, again, given peak demands through the winter and our kind of the low level of inventory that we had going into the winter. We did not see conditions improve enough, at least right there at the beginning of December, to remove the adders from Comanche 1 and 2. So those units continue to operate with adders. Comanche 1, of course, retired at the end of December. And then Comanche 2 continued to operate both adders until sometime in early February, if I remember correctly. So it was kind of a staggered or delayed, I guess, effect of improved service from the rails as they were working on addressing their crew shortages. And conditions improved at different times depending on the units we're talking about. Of course, we also had the situation at Craig, the Craig units as well, which was handled a little bit differently. That was resolved through free shipment of some of the coal that was purchased for 2023 and negotiating with the railroads and the mines, I believe, again, to get some of that coal pre-shipped. So it was a little bit different constraint impacting the Craig station, and all of this was happening at different times as we went through the fall.
Great, thank you for that one, perhaps final follow-up on this topic. When Public Service was doing the planning that led to the adders, which led to where we are today, Do you remember what assumption was used for how long the labor issues causing the coal shortage would continue? So that's number one. And then number two, how accurate did that assumption end up being?
Yeah, I mean, and that changed over time as well. I think as our fuel supply group, and again, I think Mr. Farley can probably speak to this, as well, was working with the BNSF, the railroads, to try to resolve the situation and constantly, getting updates. We were using that information to try to adjust our projections and how long this might last. The assumptions going in at the beginning of September, when we had to finally, increase our adders to the highest levels they achieved through the fall, was that this was going to last the better part of the fall and possibly even all the way through winter into the upcoming spring. There was at that time no certainty that there would be a quick resolution to these issues. And so as we went through the fall again, and we started to see some improvement, like I described just a minute ago, we obviously adjusted our plans and started reducing adders where we could, started freeing up, coal-fired generation from those plants where we could, as soon as we had, the confidence that we were seeing improved deliveries and an improvement to our inventory situation.
Okay. Are you sitting here today confident that the assumptions that were used in the planning that led to the adders were reasonable based on the information that you had at the time, the best assumptions possible? That's based on the information that you had available at the time?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In just a moment. So let me just ask you one final set of questions, and this has to do with hindsight analysis. So I may be incorrect about this, but I remember reading your settlement testimony and at least getting the impression that that you were trying to explain the risk of hindsight analysis in what you do. In other words, and I'm paraphrasing here, I think what I heard you saying, at least in part, was there are so many variables that impact the planning that you do. And the variables are constantly changing, that it's very hard after the fact to do an analysis and say definitively, well, we, public service, got that wrong, or we could have done something differently because of the flaws with hindsight analysis, given how many variables there are and given the fact that they're maybe not constantly changing, but they change and shift a lot. Did I understand your testimony correctly?
Yes, I think you did. I think that's a characterization of the point I was trying to make. And, by the way, the models that we ran at Plexus and Jan Trader are a hindsight analysis. They are a but-for analysis. What would have happened but for this issue that we were dealing with through the fall? How would we have operated the system? How could we have operated the system differently to reduce customers' costs if we didn't have the situation that we were dealing with? So I'm not necessarily criticizing a hindsight analysis. I think I'm more so criticizing the method of applying a hindsight analysis used by the UCA. That's why we have these models. These are very complex issues with many variables, many drivers, like you said, of the decision-making that goes with the planning and the actual operations. And you really need a model to be able to capture and evaluate sort of all of the economic trade-offs that are going on as you're going through a period with varying load, variable renewable generation, variable planned and forced outages, changing gas prices, and, a host of other outages that drive constraints on the, or issues that drive constraints on the system. So doing an analysis and a post-analysis and looking for ways that we could have, done things better, that's something that we always do. Anyway, we're always doing post-analysis to try to determine how can we plan for situations like this better, how can we always optimize our system more efficiently and lower costs. But you need the appropriate tools and insight into all of those variables to really be able to do that. And what I'm confident in is that we did operate economically through the fall and during this cold mitigation period. We operated all of our assets as economically as we could. We dispatched plants up to follow load and respond to reduced wind or solar events in economic order with the remaining units that we had available after considering units that were on planned outages in the fall and after considering the units that we were trying to conserve coal at. We operated the rest of the fleet in economic order to serve customer demand in this period.
So are you saying that, based on the information you had at the time, that you operated as economically efficiently as you could?
Yes, and based on the information we had at the time and again, the information available to us in real time, our operators are making decisions around what units to turn on, which units to ramp up. All of that, there's a component of that that's based on planning and forecast of what's going to happen for the next day or the next week. Things never go exactly as forecasted real time, and our operators respond to those changes that occur, whether it's, again, wind or load deviating from forecast or a plant being forced offline. And so there's a constant evolution of decision making that's going on to balance all of the reliability and economic constraints that we are faced with on a daily basis to manage the system.
Okay, so, and Public Service through you have now conducted your own hindsight analysis. My understanding is the GenTrader program is what you used essentially for that. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And so based on the information you have now, do you still conclude that Public Service ran its operations as economically and efficiently as it could have based on that hindsight analysis?
Yes.
Is there anything the Public Service could have, should have changed?
Honestly, there's nothing I can think of right now that we could have, again, given the information that we had available to us, the units that were available to us through the fall. I don't think there's anything significant or material that we could have done differently.
Okay. So obviously, Mr. Neal has conducted his own hindsight analysis. And I read your settlement testimony and what I just had this discussion with you about, and thought that you were anticipating what Mr. Neal was going to say in his testimony in talking about the flaws of hindsight analysis. I just want to give you the opportunity to tell me why is Mr. Neal's hindsight analysis wrong and yours is right?
So Mr. Neal's analysis used monthly data, comparing the output or total production from various facilities in the fall of 22 to production in prior summers and production from those same facilities in the prior fall of 2021 to draw conclusions around whether we did operate certain plants that were available in an economic manner. And there's simply not enough granularity looking at monthly production data to really draw any conclusions around how and why we had to operate the system a certain way. You really have to look at hourly level data. And that's what these production cost optimization models are doing. They're looking at the need, the demand for power and all the other variables that affect the supply to serve that load on an hourly basis. And so, you know, for example, the Hayden and Craig plants, which I think Mr. Neal, you know, focused on 3 out of the 4 units at Hayden and Craig, which produced a little bit less power in the fall of 2022 than they did in the fall of 2021. And from that, drew the conclusion that, well, surely if we were trying to conserve coal and we're not running Comanche and Pawnee as hard as we might have otherwise, that we should have run Hayden and Craig more than we did in the prior fall. But again, just looking at monthly level data doesn't give you enough information around why we may have had to actually dispatch those plants at a slightly lower level. For one, we were mitigating at Craig for one of the months in his analysis as well. We had a coal supply shortage there. So that contributed to why Craig generation was a little bit lower. There were also planned outages for Craig, the Craig units, and a D rate on one of the Craig units that persisted through the entire fall. That was not the case in the fall of 2021. So there wasn't as much available power to be produced from Craig. And that Hayden, again, Mr. Neal focused on one of the 2 units there, and that produced a little bit less than it had the year before, but kind of ignored the fact that Hayden 1, which had been on outage the entire fall of 2021, was online and producing power through the fall of 2022, and produced a lot more power in the fall of 2022 than the prior year, since it had been on outage. And so taken collectively, the generation from all of those resources was actually much higher than it was in 2022. But looking at specific resources and why they may have been dispatched the way that they were, you really have to look at the hourly data. There's other variables as well. Was it a windier fall or more solar output in the fall of 22 than the prior year? With Hayden 1 on, that would naturally displace some of the generation from Hayden 2. Hayden 2 had to run much harder in the fall of 21 to kind of replace some of the power that was lost from the other unit there at that plant because it was on outage. So there's all these factors, and you have to look at the whole system together. And again, that's why we run these production cost models, because they can take all that into account. And interestingly enough, the GenTrader model run, the base case that we ran with adders, and this data is all available with the UCA, this is provided. The base case, or the with adders case, so trying to simulate or replicate how we actually ran the system in the fall of 2022. The model actually had us, or suggested that we should have run, Hayden, the Hayden complex almost exactly the way that we did. Actually, if anything, it was slightly less power. And there's always going to be, little changes, little deviations in a model like this, that you're never going to get a perfect replication of how we actually ran the system, because the model has perfect foresight. But anyway, the generation totals for Hayden and Craig from the modeled run, trying to simulate how we could have operated as economically as possible while we were mitigating coal, suggested that the production of the output from Hayden and Craig was almost exactly what it actually was in reality. So that was validation for us that, yes, again, we ran the system as economically as we could. So that's just one example of some of the criticisms of Mr. Neal in his analysis.
So I think you stated that the hourly data that you referred to, that any, I think your testimony is any hindsight analysis needs to be done at the hourly level. I think you testified that that data was provided to UCA. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so was it provided at that level of detail for all the variables that you just mentioned in your testimony? I mean, in particular, I heard you, I mean, you were talking about generation at Hayden, you were talking about solar and wind production during earlier time periods. Was all of that data provided to UCA? And if you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know that all of the data was provided. I think all of the data that was asked for in discovery was provided, and I don't know that every piece of data or variable that may have influenced outcomes was asked for and provided. But I do believe hourly values for generation, wind, solar, load. My understanding is all of that data was provided. I'd have to check to verify.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have, so I'll turn to you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Your Honor. For each step, just a moment to pull our questions together.
Yes.
Thank you for the time there, Your Honor. We just have a few questions. Mr. Bogner, so there's been quite a bit of discussion about the inputs and output files that were provided to the UCA. And Ms. Federico, in our box, we have the company's response to discovery request UCA 2-16, along with all of the attachments to that. And they are numbered in our box individually as hearing exhibit 105 through hearing exhibit 118 in our box. So if we could pull it up as hearing exhibit 105, I'd like to ask Mr. Bogner a couple of questions.
Just 105, right?
Yes, although we ultimately are going to try to move the admission of that and all of the attachments, so the input and output files are on the record here as well.
The others are confidential, so I wanted to just remind you that if you want them shown, you gotta kind of stop and take everything down.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Federico. And if it's okay with Your Honor, I'd like to put the response up, see if there's an objection to the admission of the response along with all of the attachments, and then move it into the record from there.
Okay, so you're going to move for the addition based on what we're seeing right now, 105 through 118?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, and you're not planning on putting up 106 through 118?
Correct, and those are the ones that are confidential.
Got it. Thank you. I'm a little slow, but go right ahead.
It's okay. Ms. Federico helped me out by reminding me that those were confidential, so thank you. Mr. Bogner, do you see on the screen what has been marked as hearing exhibit 105 and is the company's response to UCA 2-16?
Yes.
And if we could take a look at the questions, specifically question B.
And that's Bravo B?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Wagner, did you have a chance to see question B? Yes. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
And in that question, the UCA requests the input and output of the Plexus and Gentrator model runs. You see that?
Yes.
And Ms. Federico, if we could scroll down to the answer. And Mr. Bodner, can you just describe what the answer to B is there along with all of the attachments, just at a very high level?
Yeah, the answer there is basically the list of attachments that were provided, which includes all of the inputs by month. So each of those files is for 1 month, August through December. Inputs that went into the Gentrator model and then the outputs, so the results from the model.
And does that cover the input and output files for both the initial analysis as well as the settlement analysis?
I think that, yes, for Plexus, that would have been the initial analysis. Those files were provided. I believe the files that were provided for the Gentrator runs were just the final or revised runs.
And Your Honor, I would move the admission of hearings of 105 through 118.
Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. So 105 through 118 are admitted.
And then circling back to your discussion with Ms. Nelson, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 302, which I believe was the company's response to UCA 2-8. And if we could just scroll down. And I know with Ms. Nelson, Mr. Bodner, you read through this answer. Why don't you take a moment and reread the answer and refresh your memory?
Okay.
So in that answer, you can note that running Hayden 1 at the dispatch levels in the question could have increased overall cost to customers. Can you explain why?
Yes, essentially running Hayden at those levels would have had us running the units near full load for the entire fall season. And in doing so, that would have put us in a situation where we had more energy than needed to serve our customers in hours where either our customer demand was low, which in the fall load, customer demand is typically much lower because there's not very much either cooling or heating demand, or hours where we had a lot of renewable output, so wind and solar output. So we naturally backed down Hayden and any of our thermal units anytime load dropped off through the fall or we had strong renewable output. If we had not done that, it would have led to us curtailing a lot more renewable generation. So to run these plants at the levels suggested, it actually would have likely significantly increased costs because it would have meant we would have had to curtail wind and solar energy that is much cheaper, and we're always gonna dispatch wind and solar energy first before we dispatch our thermal plants, coal or natural gas.
Ms. Federico, can we move to hearing exhibit 303, which I believe is the company's response to UCA 2-11? Thank you. And Mr. Bodner, you had a discussion exchange with Ms. Nelson about this particular question, which was more focused on the Craig 2 unit. You remember that?
Yes.
If we could scroll down to the second page, the company's response to subpart B. And you denote that dispatching Craig generation at the levels in the question would have displaced lower costs during some operating hours and would not necessarily have reduced overall coal burns of Comanche and Pawnee. You see that?
Yes.
Can you provide a little more color on what you mean in that answer in terms of displacing lower cost resources and also reducing, it would not have reduced overall coal burns?
Yes. So,
Excuse me, Your Honor, I object to the question. And the reason is because when UCA asked for the model runs that would show the results based on the changes that were suggested in the question, the company refused to provide that information. So at this point, at the hearing, now that it's providing additional information that relates to how those inputs would have turned out in the model, are objectionable.
Okay, so your objection is basically you asked for the information that's going to inform what the witness is about to say in discovery, and it was objected to and not provided?
That's correct.
Okay, response?
Your Honor, we produced the model input and output files in response to UCA 2-16, and those were just moved into evidence. I'm now asking Mr. Bogner about his answer in terms of what dispatching Craig generation at those levels might have done with regard to lower cost resources, or how it would have affected overall coal burns at other units. It's two different things.
May I respond?
Go ahead.
The input and output files themselves are not a running of the model. So UCA was unable to run the model itself, even though the input and output files were produced. So to the extent that the output from GenTrader model would have been, well, to the extent that the company refused to provide the output related to the assumptions that were described in the question, the company's prohibited at this point to put that information into the record.
Okay, I'm not, I'm not convinced of what you're saying, Ms. Singer-Nelson, about what was and was not produced. So I'm going to allow the testimony. I will allow you to explore this in direct with Mr. Neal, if you choose.
Thank you.
During your testimony. It's also something that you can potentially address in a statement of position if you choose. So with that, I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the answer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I think, so the answer to the question is similar to my answer to the prior question. Running any of these units at full load or near full load for the entire fall would have resulted in an oversupply of generation during low load hours, high renewable output hours. And so we ran Craig economically like we do all of our other plants. When there was a need and load ramped up, Craig was ramped up in economic order to serve that load. Conversely, when solar and wind resources ramped down, the same thing. We operated these plants economically, and we produced power from these plants at the level necessary to serve our customers' net demand through the fall. So if we had run these units at full load, to the fall, it would have raised costs because we would have had to, it would have displaced or caused us to dispatch other lower cost resources down to make room for the excess generation we didn't need at Craig.
And is it fair to say that running those units in that manner is not economic dispatch?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Thank you, Mr. Bogner, for your testimony. I appreciate it very much. It's been helpful. You may step down. So we are right at 10:30. So let's go ahead and take our mid-morning break. Let's be in recess until 10:45. Thank you.
Yeah. So then CF7, same thing.
Okay.
There were 2 pages. Yeah. Yeah, and when we were reviewing. That's right. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that's exactly right. And then as far as this last piece, I'm gonna direct about what was presented and why it was
Is everybody ready to go? Ms. Boulay, are you ready to go?
Ready, Judge.
Back on the record, we're sitting under 23A-0215E. Next witness, public service.
Thank you, Your Honor. Public Service Company calls Mr. Mark Faber.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
I am not able to hear on the microphone right now.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you. I couldn't hear you a minute ago.
Okay, why don't we start over then? And you just stay where you are, Mr. Baylor. We're back on the record of proceeding number 23A-0215E, and we're ready for Public Services' next witness. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Public Service Company calls Mr. Mark Faber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baylor. If you could raise your right hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great, thank you. And please be seated. And when you're ready, please spell your name or state your name for the record and spell it as well.
My name is Mark E. Thaler, M-A-R-C. E is in Edward, Thaler, F is in Frank, A-I-L-E-R.
And before we get started, let me just ask something of all the participants here today. Ms. Boulay, our court reporter, has indicated that she's getting some audio interference from microphones that are left on when others are not speaking. So when you're not speaking, if you could turn off your microphone, that would be greatly appreciated. And for those who are not presenting the witness, to the extent you have objections and an objection is delayed based on turning on a microphone, don't worry, I'm not going to deem it waived based on that. So to help Ms. Boulay out, if you're not speaking, if you could turn off your microphones, that would help her a lot and help us get an accurate transcript. So with that, I'll turn to you, Mr. Irby. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Thaler, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I work for Excel Energy Services as the Transportation Portfolio Manager.
And did you prepare and cause to be filed direct testimony and attachments in this proceeding, marked as hearing exhibit 102C?
Yes,
And within that testimony, you have one page, page 19, which contains confidential information, is that correct?
that is correct.
And you have one attachment, MEF4, which contains confidential information, is that correct?
Correct.
If I were to ask you the same questions contained in that exhibit today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Failer is available for questions.
Thank you very much, and I will turn to UCA.
Good morning, Mr. Thaler.
Good morning.
Make sure you turn on the microphone there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Thaler, you were sitting here earlier this morning, right?
That is correct.
You heard the judge ask some questions about planning that the company did surrounding this coal inventory issue in 2022. Do you recall that line of questioning from the judge?
I do.
And I have some questions for you regarding that planning, and specifically related to the testimony you filed in this case. And one of the issues that contributed to the coal inventory shortage in 2022 was the deteriorated or elevated cycle lives. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I said deteriorated or elevated, are those synonymous
Yes,
in your understanding? Okay. And what that was is less frequent deliveries of coal.
correct.
And so even if the same amount of coal was delivered each time, if they were delivered less frequently, the company would end up with less coal. Is that right?
Correct.
And you stated in your direct testimony that these cycle times began deteriorating back in the fourth quarter of 2021.
Correct.
And that was at a time where, as you also noted in your direct testimony, that there were other well-documented railroad supply issues.
Correct.
And these cycle times remained elevated from the fourth quarter of 2021 throughout 2022.
Correct.
And despite these concerns dating back to 2021, the company did not ever evaluate whether to increase its target inventory levels at Comanche and Pawnee as a way to prepare for the possible delivery disruptions.
No, we did not.
And those target optimal levels were developed by a third-party report, is that right?
Yes.
And that report dated back to 2008.
Yes.
And so those optimal target levels were developed approximately 14 years ago when you were doing the planning in this case.
They were developed, yes, in 2008.
Now with coal inventory, is it fair to say that you generally expect more demand in the peak seasons of summer and winter?
Correct.
And that the company expects restoration of inventory levels in the spring and fall shoulder months?
Yes, that can be the case.
Okay. And so what the company does is it aims to build up the inventory during those shoulder months.
Yes, our policies today are to attempt to take it above heading into peak seasons.
Sure, and I think you may have anticipated my next question. In fact, the company aims to build inventory that's approximately 120% of those 2008 target levels heading into peak season.
Yes.
And the 2008 report, the target levels established by the 2008 report represented those target levels both in the amount of coal to have on hand in inventory, as well as the number of days to have on hand. Is that right?
Yes, they should be synonymous with the maximum number of units.
Okay. And with Comanche, the target level is 35 days.
Correct.
And for Pawnee, the target level is 40 days. In June 1st of 2022, Comanche had a inventory level of 54.84 days. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that would represent approximately 156% of that 35-day target.
Correct.
And as the summer went on, you reassessed those inventory levels. And on July 1st of 2022, Comanche had 50.35 days.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And that would represent 143.8% of that 35-day target.
Sure. Yes, sure.
Okay, does that sound correct?
It sounds about right, yes.
Okay, and 50.35 is more than 35 days.
Yes.
And then on July 15th, Comanche had an inventory level of 46.48 days on hand.
Yep.
And that would be approximately 132.8% of that 35-day target.
Yes.
Okay, and so these were the levels that Comanche, sort of during the time frame we've been discussing, is that right?
Correct.
And as we noted a moment ago, in the normal course of events, you would expect that fuel consumption would outpace coal delivery during the peak seasons.
It's not an assumption we can make, but it is common based on the sets in service and how the units are run.
And in fact, that's something that you discussed in your testimony, correct?
Yes,
That fuel consumption would outpace delivery during peak season.
yes, it's not uncommon.
And that inventory levels would be restored during the shoulder months.
Correct.
Now, you're not aware of any other peer utility that took additional measures to grow stockpiles at or above normal levels due to the deteriorating cycle times and decreasing railroad employment.
I am not.
In your testimony, you discuss one of the plans or part of the plan that the company made to improve coal deliveries, and specifically the request to place additional rail sets in service. Is that right?
That's correct.
And during the time that you made this request for additional rail sets, Pawnee only had one set to itself.
Pawnee often shares a set with Comanche, and I believe at the time, because of the inventory levels, that was still the case.
Okay, so
This forward-looking request was based on the cycle times and the upcoming demand.
okay, so my question was, Pawnee had one set to itself during that time.
Dedicated set, yes.
And you indicated in the testimony that you provided that you made this request of BNSF, and that request was initially denied.
That is correct.
Mr. Taylor, you would agree that the details regarding this request for additional sets are important because the judge may rely on those details or lack of details in determining the reasonableness of the company's actions.
Yes,
But in this portion of your direct testimony, you did not provide any date for when the company actually made this request, correct?
no, that was provided in discovery.
Okay. In your testimony filed in the case, you didn't list a date.
We do not.
Okay. And I think you got to my next question, which was when this request was made was on the party's mind because you were asked this question in discovery, right?
Correct.
And in fact, both staff and UCA asked you about when the request for sets was made.
Correct.
And on August 14th, you indicated in a discovery response to UCA that the request was made in June of 2022.
I believe the original request was in May of 2022 with the intent to be placed in service in June.
If I could have just a moment. Ms. Federico, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 313, please. And Mr. Failer, do you, I can't read that, but I think I have the same document here. Do you recognize that as UCA 1-6 and your response, or a response?
Yes,
Okay, and you were the sponsor of that response,
yes.
is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and in subpart B of your response, you noted that the company requested that the additional sets be added into service in June of 2022.
correct.
By contrast, you indicated in discovery to staff that the company requested the additional sets in May of 2022.
To be placed into service in June of 2022.
Okay. So according to your testimony here today, you made the request in May of 2022 for implementation in June of 2022, correct? Okay. In May of 2022, well, beginning of June 2022 was when Comanche, for example, had inventory levels of 156% of the daily target level.
Yes,
You would agree that there is no documentary evidence in the record to memorialize the date that this request for additional sets was made?
no, I don't believe so.
Okay. And you would agree that there is no documentary evidence in the record to memorialize BNSF's response declining that request?
Correct.
In your discovery response to staff, you stated that you renewed this request. I think you said this in your testimony too, that you renewed this request for additional sets in weekly operational phone calls. Is that right?
That is correct.
And if we could pull up. Well, let me just ask you, you provided MEF2, which is a log of some of your communications with BNSF, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that MEF2 is not documentation of these weekly operational meetings where you reportedly made these renewed requests for sets?
No, there.
And you would agree there isn't any documentary evidence in the record that reflects and details these weekly meetings where you would have made each renewed request for sets?
I will say that some of those meetings were about those requests for additional equipment as well. That is provided on that list.
Okay, but the weekly operational meetings are not,
They are not provided.
they're not part of the record?
No.
Let me just say again, let's try to avoid talking over top of each other. Mr. Failer, you're gonna understand where Ms. Crampton's going with questions. Ms. Crampton, you're gonna know where he's going with an answer. Just let everybody finish before you jump in so that Ms. Boulay can get an accurate transcript. The exception to that rule, Ms. Crampton, of course, is if you have an objection to the testimony that's coming out. So go ahead.
Understood, thank you. As you testify here today, you cannot say for certain what date or week in May this request was made.
No,
And the request for additional sets was a mitigation step presumably made prior to the implementation of the dispatch adders. Is that right?
that is correct.
And it is the displacement cost of these dispatch adders that's at issue for cost recovery in this proceeding.
Yes,
And it is that displacement cost that if the settlement is approved, will be passed through to ratepayers.
yes, that's what I understand.
During the timeframe of May 2022 through August 2022, the company did not make any requests for additional sets for Union Pacific Railroad trains.
I believe there was a request in August of 2022 with Union Pacific.
I'll get to that in just a second. And there's no documentation of an ongoing request with Union Pacific for additional sets.
There is not.
BNSF did eventually provide an additional set in October of 2022, is that right?
To the Pawnee plant, yes.
Okay. And this grant of an additional set coincided with Pawnee bringing in new crew members onto staff, is that right?
That is correct. They had a graduating class which placed personnel in that area to serve Pawnee.
And I think you,
Before we just interrupt for a moment, you said they in that proceeding. BNSF, great, thank you.
and that graduating class, those crew members were out of Sterling, Colorado and Alliance, Nebraska, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
That Pawnee's, that crew and then the Pawnee set being added did not rely on BNSF hiring out a Denver crew.
No,
You mentioned in your testimony that Pawnee is provided coal by two different mines in Gillette, Wyoming, the Buckskin mine and the Eagle Butte mine, is that right?
that's correct.
And BNSF is the only rail carrier that can transport coal from Buckskin and Eagle Butte mines.
I believe that is correct.
By contrast, Comanche receives coal from four different mines, also based out of Gillette, Wyoming.
Correct.
They also receive coal from the Eagle Butte mine.
Correct.
They also receive coal from North Antelope Rochelle mine,
Yes.
the Bel Air mine,
Yes.
and the Black Thunder mine.
Correct. I would say during 2022 that Comanche did not receive Eagle Butte, but they can receive Eagle Butte.
Okay, and I think we're on the same page, that Eagle Butte mine, that's only serviced by BNSF, right?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay. And for all of 2022, BNSF was not transporting from Eagle Butte to Comanche.
I believe so, yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. If Ms. Federico, if you could pull up hearing exhibit 102 public, please, and page 9. Bottom of page 9, please. And Mr. Taylor, just direct your testimony actually to the footnote at the bottom of that page. Let me know when you've had a chance to review. And so BNSF was not transporting coal from Eagle Butte to Comanche for all of 2022.
No. They were not.
They were not. Okay. Comanche is situated in an area where both BNSF and Union Pacific Rail can service the plant. Is that right?
Yes.
And the remaining 3 mines I mentioned, they do not, BNSF is not the only railroad that can transport from them, like Eagle Butte.
Not to my knowledge.
Had the BNSF line been running in 2022, it would have run through the Denver metro area.
It was running and it did run through the Denver area. The BNSF.
Okay. The Eagle Butte to Comanche, that was not running.
Yes, it would take the route through Denver.
Okay, thank you. And so one of the things you mentioned just a few moments ago that your department did was that you ultimately reached out to the Union Pacific for assistance with deliveries of coal.
Yes,
Okay, and you noted in your testimony that that occurred on August 18th, 2022.
correct.
You described this in your testimony as a formal face-to-face meeting.
Yes,
And in that meeting made this request of Union Pacific.
yes, that is where the request is made.
You agree with me that there is no documentary evidence in the record to memorialize the occurrence of this formal meeting?
I agree.
And there is no documentary evidence in the record to memorialize Union Pacific's response to that request.
True.
And that was the only contact with Union Pacific requesting assistance during this time.
Yes, for Comanche, that is correct.
You would agree that at the time of the August 18th formal meeting, you were aware that BNSF was not transporting any coal from Eagle Butte to Comanche,
Yes,
and that this August 18th meeting request, where this request was made, occurred well after cycle times began deteriorating in the fourth quarter of 2021.
yes,
This August 18th meeting took place after the first half of 2022.
correct.
And cycle times had remained elevated from the fourth quarter of 2021 throughout 2022.
Yes,
The company did not make this request of Union Pacific Railroad for assistance until the time at which the BNSF delivery disruptions were at their maximum levels.
yes,
And the company did not make this request for Union Pacific Railroad assistance until after the decision to place dispatch adders on Pawnee and Comanche units had been made.
it was around the same time. I believe.
Ms. Federico, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 102 attachment MEF4 and specifically the public version, please. Okay, and Mr. Failer, can you read that?
Yes,
Okay. And just breaking this down a little bit more specifically, the decision to make, or the dispatch adders, I should say, were placed on Pawnee on August 12th, 2022,
yes,
which was 6 days prior to the company's meeting with Union Pacific Railroad to request assistance in transporting coal.
correct.
And dispatch adders were placed on Comanche 1 and 2 units on August 17th, 2022,
Correct.
which was a day before any request was made from Union Pacific to help transporting coal to Comanche.
Yes,
And again, it's that cost differential associated with these dispatch adders that the settlement that the company has entered into now seeks cost recovery for.
yes,
Mr. Failer, it's true that the company has other coal generation stations that receive coal transportation from Union Pacific Railroad, is that right?
correct.
And one of those, in fact, is the Hayden Station plant.
Yes,
And with respect to the Hayden Station, the coal inventory at that plant was relatively high at the beginning of 2022,
yes,
and it remained above target inventory quantity for most of 2022.
Yes,
In short, the Hayden facility always had sufficient coal during 2022.
yes,
If I could have a moment, please.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
And I don't have any questions, so I will turn to public service.
Can I have 1 minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Mr. Failer. Just a couple of questions for you. Counsel for UCA walked through a series of questions regarding the lack of documentary evidence in this proceeding of certain meetings that occurred between the company and Union Pacific. Do you recall that?
I do.
Is it your sworn testimony today that those meetings occurred in the manner in which you've described?
Yes,
And counsel for you at UCA has also talked to you about the lack of documentary evidence between certain meetings between the company and BNSF. Do you recall those conversations?
yes,
And is it your sworn testimony today that those conversations have occurred in the manner that you've described?
yes.
We have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Irby, and thank you, Ms. Crampton, and thank you, Mr. Failer. You may step down. I appreciate your testimony very much. So let me turn to public service first, and I'm not seeing any other witnesses, so I'm assuming you're effectively resting.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. So let me turn to staff, and you may call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff calls Mr. Abiodun.
Mr. Abiodun, welcome. Thank you for being here. Please raise your right hand and answer the following questions. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Please be seated. When you're comfortable and ready to go, please state your name for the record and spell it as well. And I don't know if the microphone's still on, but you'll know by the little green light being on at the base of the. So go ahead and state your name and spell it, please.
My name is Kehinde Abiodun. It's spelled Kehinde. The last name is Abiodun.
Thank you. And you may proceed, Mr. Guide.
Good morning, Mr. Abiodun. For the record, my name is Paul Kite. I'm the First Assistant Attorney General for the State of Colorado. I represent trial staff in this proceeding. Mr. Abiodun, can you please state where you work?
I work for the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, trial staff.
What is your job title with trial staff of the commission?
My job title is Senior Economist.
Did you prepare settlement testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And I had placed in front of you what's been marked as hearing exhibit 200, in fact, already admitted into the record, is hearing exhibit 200 your settlement testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Abiodun, if I were to, before we do that, can we put up on the screen hearing exhibit 200, please, which has already been admitted into the record? And could we turn to page 6, please? Specifically line 13. Maybe we can. Thank you. Mr. Abiodun, what is the revised 2022 displacement power cost that the company has proposed in this proceeding? How much?
That is 7.6.
Okay, so on page 6, line 13, that number should be 37.6 million, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if we could also turn to page 7, line 7. And am I correct there that that number should also be 37.6 million, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and if we could turn to page 13, line 11. And same thing there, am I correct? That number should actually be 37.6 million.
Correct.
With those 3 exceptions, Mr. Abiodun, if I were to ask you the same questions today as in hearing exhibit 200, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they were.
Okay, thank you, and your honor, Mr. Abiodun is available for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. And I will turn to UCA.
Morning, Mr. Abiodun. My name is Patrick Wittersheim. I'm representing UCA in this proceeding. It's nice to see you again. We met a few months ago at grade school in Albuquerque, and I'm glad that you're able to join us today.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you for your participation as a witness in this proceeding. So I just have a few questions today regarding section 3 of your testimony in support of the settlement. Specifically, I want to discuss the 4 considerations that you listed that have led staff to join the settlement agreement. Ms. Federico, could you please pull up hearing exhibit 200? Thank you. So consideration number 1, if you could scroll down, please, Ms. Federico. At line 19 there. Thank you. You stated that staff support of the settlement agreement stems from the crucial importance of providing reliable electricity to ratepayers, regardless of the cost of fuel, insofar as those costs are judged to be prudent. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is.
And if 2 sources of generation were equally reliable, would you agree it would be prudent of the utility to choose the generation source with the lower cost?
I would agree.
Thank you. Moving on to consideration number 2, this is page 11.
And let me just interrupt briefly, Mr. Abiodun, and if you could move the microphone a little bit closer to you, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Consideration number 2. You testified that the company's foregone carrying costs in the settlement mitigates costs that could have been passed on to ratepayers, right?
Yes, I did.
And so if the disallowances recommended by UCA are adopted following this hearing, would ratepayers benefit from an even greater mitigation of costs than just foregone carrying costs?
Could you spell out the disallowances?
Sure. Mr. Federico, could you please pull up hearing exhibit 300? This is Mr. Neal's testimony, revision 1. This would be table CN12 on page 41, please. Can you see that all right, Mr. Abiodun?
Yes, I do.
So you can see each listed disallowance in this table and the summary of the total disallowed. Would you agree that if any one of UCA's recommended disallowances were adopted, ratepayers would benefit more than they would with just the foregone carrying costs?
Yes, I think this amount are greater than the carrying costs. If this were to be approved, I think it would result in more benefits for ratepayers.
Thank you.
Ms. Federico, could you please return to Mr. Abioto's testimony? And now on to consideration number 3. You stated the efficiency of resolution of the proceeding as a reason to support the settlement agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that each party in this proceeding and the ALJ had spent a significant amount of time preparing for this hearing and participating today?
I would agree with that.
Finally, consideration number 4. You testified that you support the settlement agreement because staff can still raise prudency issues regarding the company's fleet performance that were not due to coal conservation measures, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And would staff have been able to raise those prudency issues even without joining the settlement agreement?
In which proceeding?
In the future proceeding?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abioto. Your Honor, can I confer with my co-counsel?
You may.
I have no further questions, Mr. Abioto. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wittershine. Mr. Abioto, let me just follow up briefly on one question that you received from Mr. Wittershine regarding the proposed disallowances by UCA. I believe the question was whether granting any one or more than one or all of those disallowances would be a benefit to ratepayers or something to that effect. Do you remember that question?
I do, yes, Your Honor.
And I think your testimony was that, yes, it would be a benefit. I'm not sure I'm using the right word there, to ratepayers. Did I understand that correctly?
So my sense is that staff does not agree with the analysis provided by BCA in that testimony, and so we do not support that. What we support is the analysis which has been provided by public service, which we conferred with public service on. So we are not in support of the disallowance which are proposed in Mr. Neal's testimony.
Okay, well, let me ask it this way. Would granting any or all of the disallowances proposed by Mr. Neal be in the public interest, in your view?
I think it would increase the benefits that ratepayers would get in this proceeding, yes.
Okay, all right. So you were here for the questions that I asked Mr. Wagner, is that right?
I was, yes.
Okay, do you remember all the questions I had and the conversation I had with Mr. Wagner about hindsight analysis?
I do recall some of those questions, yes.
And I think Mr. Wagner, I mean, the record will reflect what he said, but I think I asked the question whether, having done his own or public services own hindsight analysis, that public service would not have changed anything that it did during the relevant time period here. Do you remember that testimony?
I do remember that.
Is there anything that staff identified that could have been done differently by public service during that relevant time period that would have been in the ratepayers' interest or in the public interest?
Staff has not identified anything that could have been done differently. I believe that the company used the principle of economic dispatch to determine what generating sources to be used. And I don't think staff did not really identify anything that could have been done differently.
Okay. Thank you. Give me just a moment.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last sentence, please?
Staff did not identify anything that could have been done differently.
Thank you.
Give me just a moment. So, and again, the record will speak for itself on this, but I asked a series of questions of Mr. Wagner regarding the retrospective analysis done by Mr. Neal of UCA. Do you remember those questions and those answers?
I recall the questions, yes.
And Mr. Wagner had he had a few criticisms of Mr. Neal's retrospective analysis. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you agree with Mr. Wagner's analysis of Mr. Neal's analysis?
I think I will put it this way. I think it is useful to do a post-analysis, but I think decisions have to be made using the principle of economic dispatch, which is what staff think the company has done. And post-processing is good, but it does not necessarily mean that that is what should have been done in the first place. That is the result of post-processing. Does not really mean that this is the correct thing to do. I believe there are lessons that could be learned from that, but it does not really mean that that is the economically optimal things to do.
Based on the information at the time?
Based on the information at the time, yes.
Okay. Were there any lessons that public service could have learned coming out of this time period?
Based on my reading of the different testimonies, I have not been able to identify anything that could have been done differently, especially with the dispatch of generation resources.
Okay, so your point more generally is that hindsight analysis can be problematic, but that it needs to be undertaken by utilities like public service, if for no other reason than to learn lessons of what could have been done differently and more economically efficiently during a previous period. Is that a fair characterization?
I think I would say that is a fair characterization, yes.
Okay. All right, give me just a moment. Okay, I have nothing further, so I'll turn to you, Mr. Kide.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I apologize. As you know, my hearing isn't very well. It's difficult to whisper to my co-counsel, so I may have a few moments to go out in the hallway and confer with co-counsel.
That would be just fine. Let's just be in recess until you come on back.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Boulay, are you ready to go?
Ready, Judge?
Mr. Hyatt, I take it you're ready?
I am, Your Honor.
Great, thank you. We are back on the record in proceeding number 23A-0215E. Mr. Hyatt, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for your indulgence. It helps me greatly to be able to hear. Mr. Abiona, I have questions for you in just three categories. First, I'd like to start with your answer testimony, page 11, which is hearing exhibit 200. And if we can look at lines 1 through 6. Okay, Mr. Abiona, a moment ago, my friend and colleague, Mr. Wittersheim, was asking you about recommendation number 1. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
So Mr. Wittersheim posed a question, which I believe said if two sources were equally reliable, would the lower cost one be more prudent? Is it possible, Mr. Abiona, that both could be prudent?
Yes, I think it's absolutely possible that both could be prudent.
The second question I'd like to discuss with you pertains to Mr. Neal's testimony, which is hearing exhibit 300. So if we can pull up page 41 of hearing exhibit 300, specifically table CN 12. And Mr. Wittersheim was asking you questions, and also the judge a moment ago was asking questions about table CN 12. Do you recall generally that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let me ask you, first of all, Mr. Neal, and I'm paraphrasing, basically saying that the 2022 coal distribution cost should be 17.5 million. That's his position, right?
Yes,
Do you agree with his analysis?
I do not.
Okay. So, since you do not agree, is his proposal in the public interest?
It is not, because it's not accurate.
So even though UCA's proposal might result in a smaller rate increase than the position staff supports, since it's wrong, it's not in public interest, correct?
It is not in the public interest.
Okay. I'd like to turn to the moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, every time I come in person, I manage to mess up somewhat with the podium here. I just have a moment to check my notes.
Certainly.
Oh, my third category, I just remember where it was. So, a moment ago, our ALJ was asking questions about lessons learned from this experience here. You recall that conversation generally?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree with me that even if the company didn't precisely do everything correct, that doesn't necessarily make its actions imprudent?
I absolutely agree with that.
Thank you, Mr. Abiona. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt, and thank you, Mr. Abiona, for your testimony. Very much appreciated. It's been very helpful. You may step down. Thank you. So I'll turn to staff and just make sure there's nothing further for you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll turn next to UCA. Do you want to call your witness?
Sure.
And let me just say, we're at about 11:15. My plan is to take a lunch break around 12. So we'll just see where we get by noon. And then we'll just figure out a good break point.
Thank you.
So welcome, Mr. Neal, and thank you for being here. Please answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. Please get seated and comfortable. And when you're ready to go, please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Chris Neal, CHRISNEIL.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. And Ms. Singer Nelson, you may proceed. And I do recall that I said I would give you the opportunity to address the discovery issue. If you so choose, you don't have to, it's up to you.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I think we need to address also the staff objection to CN 2 revised and CN 7 revised, which I think Your Honor said that we could address in direct.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, could you please state your position for the record, please?
I'm a rate financial analyst,
For whom?
the utility consumer advocate.
And did you prepare testimony that's been admitted into the record in this proceeding that's been identified as hearing exhibit 300,
Yes.
revised 1?
Yes,
Thank you. And then do you have exhibits to that testimony as well? Exhibits CN 1 through CN 8?
yes,
And then 2 revised exhibits, CN 2 and CN 2 revised and CN 7 revised?
yes,
Did you prepare those exhibits and attach them to your testimony?
yes,
And everything so far has been stipulated to, and it's been admitted into the record, except for exhibit CN 1 or CN 2 revised and CN 7 revised.
correct.
Ms. Federico, can we please pull up CN 7 revised? It's in the box. Your Honor, at this point, would you like me to lay a foundation for admission of the exhibit?
Yes, I think that makes sense. And then, public service will be given the opportunity to object if they still do, but go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is CN 7. So CN 2 we'll walk through first.
And then, Your Honor, while she's doing that, actually staff is the party that object, not public service.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say that.
I was the one who said public service.
Oh, thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for the correction, Mr. Pettit.
Okay. Mr. Neal, can you identify this document for the record?
This is attachment CN 2 Rev 1, which is public service response to UCA 1-6.
Thank you. And can you scroll through it so we can see the whole document? Okay. So at this point, thank you, Ms. Federico, we can be done scrolling. But at this point, Mr. Neal, would you describe why or what the difference is between your CN 2 that was filed with your original testimony and CN 2 revised 1?
The data there is the monthly generation of various plant, or all of Fiesco's plants during 2021 and 2022. In the original attachment, only one page of that data was provided. And you see in this revised version, 14 pages of data were provided.
And Mr. Neal, why did you feel the need to add the remaining pages?
I refer to this data in several of my tables in my testimony.
Thank you. If I could, I guess at this point, I'd like to pull up hearing exhibit 300 revised 1, and we can walk through where you refer to that exhibit.
And let me just ask by way of clarification, Mr. Neal, so in Rev 1 of attachment CN2, the hearing exhibit 300, you said there was one page of the attachment that was provided originally. Was that the first page of the attachment? Okay,
Yes.
okay. So, and was it a mistake to exclude the other 13 pages, or was it decided only to provide the first page originally?
Oh, no, it was a mistake.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And Mr. Neal, is it your understanding that the attachment to the discovery response that CN2 revised was provided in discovery, and that is it your understanding that staff had that discovery response in its possession?
Yes, it is a discovery response that was provided to the parties in the case. So YESCO provided it, and staff was one of the parties that received the response. So they've seen the data before. It's just that to put it in the record, it was clearer to include it as an attachment. But it's nothing that they had not seen before, or could not have seen before if they wanted to go through all the detailed data in the attachment.
Thank you. Let's look to, and hearing exhibit 300 revised 1, let's go to table CN1 that's on page 19. Mr. Neal, is this one of the tables for which you rely on CN2 revised 1?
Yes, this pulls the data from CN2 for the Comanche 1, 2, and 3 and Pawnee plants out of the discovery response that's included in CN2. And that's, again, the response to UCA 1-6.A1.
And was this particular information included in the original exhibit?
No, it was not.
But it is included in the revised exhibit.
Yes, it is.
Let's turn to page 27, table CN4. Is this another table in which you rely on the data that's provided in CN2 revised 1?
Yes.
Thank you. Going to the next page, page 28. Table CN5. Did you also rely on CN2 revised 1 to populate this table?
Yes. Just to clarify, the data for 2021 and 22 is directly out of CN2. The difference, of course, I calculated myself, and the difference to 87,000, I calculated myself.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Turning to page 35, table CN8. Is this another table where you pulled information from CN2 revised that was not in CN2 and as initially filed?
Yes, these are combined cycle plants that were in the revised CN2.
Almost done. Going to the next page, page 36, table CN9. Is this table populated with the information that you have included in CN2 revised?
Yes.
And then page 37, table CN10.
Yes, again, it's from the revised version of CN2.
Thank you. And the last one is on page 40, table CN11. did you rely on CN2 revised 1 to populate this table?
Indirectly, the generation numbers are from the tables above, which came from CN2 revised.
Okay, thank you. Why do you think this information would be helpful for the commission in order to make an informed decision?
If they want to ensure that the data is in the record and that those data that I cited are what ESCO provided for the generation of those their units during 2021, 2022, that data is available for the commission to see and utilize.
Thank you. UCA moves for the admission of CN2 revised 1.
Your Honor, now that the UCA has finally provided an explanation for the revision, staff withdraws its objection to the admission of CN2 revised 1.
Thank you. And I take it public service continues not to have any objection.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so hearing exhibit 300, attachment CN2 revision 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, as far as exhibit CN7 is concerned, that would be, thank you, CN7 revised. Will you identify this document for the record, Mr. Neal?
This is Piesco's FERC Form 1 report. It's filed in, I believe it's 23A-0010EG. So it's again, it's a document that Piesco files. It's a Piesco document. It's something like 280 pages long. And I try to take out just the pages that I'm going to refer to in my testimony. And so that we don't have to put 280 pages in the attachment.
And Mr. Neal, what's the difference between the original CN7 and CN7 revised 1?
If you'll scroll down, you'll see that there are 2 parts that I included. This first part, or that first part up there, is the purchases from other utilities, which I used in one of my exhibits. And the second part farther down, which was in the original, was the cost of Piesco generating units. I used that in again, a couple tables. So that part, those are, you see if it crossed or top, those are Piesco units. There's a Rapho, Blue Spruce, Cherokee 4, Cherokee 1, 2, 3, and those are all Piesco units. That part was in the original. The part above that, the purchases, was an error and was incorrectly omitted from the attachment.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. And did you refer to the information that's in the new CN2 or CN7 revised in your testimony in one of your tables?
Yes, I did.
Let's turn to exhibit 300 revised 1, page 33, please. It's table CN7.
Yes, you see there, I refer to FERC Form 1, filed in 23M0010EG. Sorry, I didn't say M before, I think. And that's pages 326 and 327.
Mr. Neal, can you go through over that case number again, please?
The case number is 23M-0010EG. And the pages in the FERC form are pages 326 to 327, but there's actually like 5 pages that make up pages 326 and 327. And that section was the one that was incorrectly omitted from the original attachment CN7.
Thank you. And why do you think the information would be helpful for the commission in this proceeding?
If they wish to see the purchases that Piesco had, the original source of those data in those 2 columns in the middle, that's directly from the new attachment. The cost per kW, I think I calculated myself.
All right, thank you. UCA moves for the admission of CN7 revised 1.
Any further objection?
Your Honor, now that the UCA has provided an explanation for the revision, staff withdraws its objection.
The public service continues not to have an objection, I assume.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so hearing exhibit 300 attachment CN7 revision 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I would like to take the opportunity, I know we're hitting noon, so I did want to take the opportunity to walk Mr. Neal through the discussion that that we had relating to the data that was provided by Public Service and Discovery that was the basis, and the data that was not provided by Public Service and Discovery that was the basis of the objection earlier in the hearing.
Understood. How long do you think that would take?
I think it'd probably take about, probably about 15 minutes. So if we could do that now, or we could do it after lunch. It's up to you.
Why don't we go ahead now?
Okay. Thank you.
Unless anybody has any plans right now. No, okay.
Okay. Let's see.
And that includes you, Ms. Belay. If you'd like to break now, I'm happy to do that.
I'm fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Federico, can you please pull up hearing exhibit 105? And Mr. Neal, can you identify this exhibit?
Yes, this is Viesco's response to Discovery Request 2-16, which asks for the, I think this is one they asked for the input and output files for the models.
Okay, and were there attachments to this or have you seen this document before?
Yes,
Were there attachments to this discovery response?
yes, there are many Excel files that were attachment to this document.
I think, can't see it.
Page down or up, I think you'll see the attachments. Yes.
And the specific question that Public Service responded to with all of the attachments, I think is subpart, I don't have it.
It's subpart B, you probably can't see it from there.
Right. So did you have an opportunity to review those files?
I glanced at some of them. I might point this as a continual problem at PS that UCA has with public services testimony in general, that they don't provide all the information in the direct case, or in this case, supplemental direct. We have to drag it out of them. This data on the modeling should have been provided in their direct case, and we've got to make discovery to find out what they have and what they could provide. And also there's a huge time delay. This data response was provided on September 11th. The case where the original direct case was filed in May. So there's several months that we did not have this data available to review. That's part of the reason why I haven't reviewed this in detail, excruciating detail, these are master files, because it was not provided until for many months after the direct case was provided.
Mr. Neal, how big are these files?
I think there are thousands of lines of output in each case.
And having this information, would you have been able to run the model with the assumptions that you're proposing to be made in your testimony?
No, I don't have the model. I can see what their assumptions were and what happened in their output, but I cannot make changes to the model. I cannot tell what happens if I had made a change, what the output would have been.
So is it the case that you have to request that Public Service actually run the model with your assumptions in order to get the model run that includes your assumptions?
Yes, we made those requests numerous times and Public Service consistently stated that that required a special run and they would not provide it. They objected. An example of what happens when they do make a run is when they made the run that changed the assumption on Community One in the final version, and that caused a change of $8.5 million. So these changes can be fairly significant, but Public Service refused to make any of the runs that we requested.
And just to be clear, the information provided in response to UCA 2-16 did not enable you to make model runs that tested your assumptions.
That is correct. This does not enable me to make model runs to test my assumptions.
Thank
It
you.
sometimes identifies some of the changes that you want to look at, but it does not enable you to run the model or determine what the impact of the change would have been in the model.
Did you hear Mr. Bogner's responses to Mr. Larson's questions today of relating to the assumptions that you requested that in the model runs that you requested that Public Service make?
Yes, we pointed out that the model runs had not been run, and therefore we don't know what the result of the model would be. Mr. Bogner speculated on what those results might have been, and of course, he made some specific assumptions in his mind, what the change would have been. For example, if you ran Hayden Moore or Craig Moore, you might have resulted in higher costs, but that's not necessarily the case. And one of the assumptions he did not change in his mental model run was that he continued to have Cherokee 4 must run an uneconomic dispatch of Cherokee 4, which is a large unit, which is causing many factors, impacts many factors, especially the amount that you can run Hayden and Craig. And he continued to have that must run, and therefore he said that would result in too much generation. Well, the too much generation is from Cherokee 4, not from Hayden and Craig.
So if the company had responded to your response relating to having a model run that did not include Cherokee in a must-run position, then do you believe that we would have had a response to what everything would look like with that assumption?
We would certainly have had lower costs because you substitute low-cost units like Craig and Hayden for higher cost units. That's going to reduce costs quite substantially. And that's what my analysis discusses in my testimony.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have nothing further.
All right, let me just ask a few questions regarding hearing exhibit 105. I think you stated, but I did not see, Mr. Neal, that this discovery response in hearing exhibit 105 was served on September 11th. Can we scroll up or down? Okay, and it does, what does it say there? If you can read it.
The response is by Michael L. Bogner on September 11th, 2023.
Do you know when the discovery was propounded by your counsel? Would that be included in hearing exhibit 105?
Go to the top, I think the date we propounded it, August 25th, but there were numerous other requests for model runs before that, I think.
Okay. And I don't remember from Mr. Bogner's original testimony, direct testimony, whether the Plexus and Gen Trader model runs, did he testify about that in his original testimony?
He testified about the Plexus run, and I think the Gen Trader too. And if you'll see at the bottom, it does include the data for the Plexus run. So that was provided, and as well as the Gen Trader runs.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Wagner didn't file original testimony. Mr. Failer filed the testimony in the direct round, and then Mr. Wagner filed testimony to support the settlement agreement, just to clarify the record.
Got it. Thank you for that. So what you're saying, Mr. Neal, is that the problem here, well, at least one problem here is that Public Service refused to do the model runs with GenTrader and Plexus. Is that right?
Yes,
And do model runs based on the assumptions, the inputs and outputs, the inputs that you were suggesting.
yes.
So help me understand this. Was there a problem with the timing of Public Services service of hearing exhibit 105? In other words, I heard you basically, I think, saying that it was problematic, that September 11th, 2023 was too late to receive that data. Did I understand that correctly?
This kind of data should have been included in the direct case. So we have the full information that we don't have to dig it out in discovery.
Okay, and by direct case, do you mean the actual direct case or the settlement testimony provided by Mr. Wagner?
The actual direct case. So that we either could or could not get to a settlement.
Now, let me just ask for clarification, counsel. When was the direct case filed? Was it filed with the application?
Yes, Your Honor, the direct case was filed with the application.
That's in the first line, about the first line of my testimony. I usually say it was filed on, I think, May 23rd.
I think it was actually May 1st.
That sounds right. But the discovery request was propounded on August 25th and then responded to within the 10 business day timeline.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Your Honor, if I may respond, the discovery that we went through this morning with Mr. Wagner is the discovery that where UCA requested the model runs and Public Service objected to providing that information because it would have required a special study.
And that's reflected in hearing exhibit 105, right?
No,
No? Okay,
not at all. They're two different things.
okay. So is that just reflected in testimony, or is that reflected in one of the exhibits?
I don't understand your question. Can you clarify, please?
So what you're telling me, I think, is that the objection by Public Service to doing the runs in the Plexus and GenTrader models using Mr. Neal's inputs, Public Service objected to that and said it would require a special run, that they would not do it.
That's correct, and that's in exhibits 301 through 308
Okay,
that were admitted into the record this morning.
okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And those were, several of them were in earlier sets. I think they were in set 2 primarily, and then there was one in set 3. And I could get you the dates for when those were served. But they were prior to the August 25th date that this set of discovery was. Oh no, what is this? This is a set 2 as well. So I guess they were also propounded. They were propounded at the same time. So I apologize, I misstated.
That's okay. So we're coming full circle. Remind me was your objection to 105 through 118, all of that, or just 105?
Your Honor, I didn't object to the exhibit. What I objected to was the questioning by Mr. Larson relating to the information that would have been known had the run been done that was requested. So the company refused to run the model with the inputs that Mr. Neal had requested, but yet they speculated as to what the results would have been. And that's what I was objecting to. And as far as discovery rules are concerned, to the extent a party refuses to answer discovery and then comes to the hearing and wants to testify relating to information that was not provided in discovery, it should be precluded from the record. That was the basis of my objection. I apologize if I wasn't clear earlier.
I'm sure you were clear, and I just lost the plot through all of this.
Your Honor, may I have an opportunity to respond?
Go ahead.
Because I'm a little concerned about the state of the record here, because we received a number of discovery requests on August 25th. Some of those asked us to run different variations with Mr. Neal's inputs. We objected to those based on a special study objection. There were also other objections to the form of the question and the way that the questions were framed, and that's what's been discussed. When the inputs and outputs were requested for the Plexus and Gentrator runs, however, we produced them, and it all came in one set that we responded to in a timely way.
Understood. So here's what I'm going to do. There, as I understand it, 105 through 118 have already been admitted, and there was no and is no objection to their admission. The objection was to a line of questioning of Mr. Wagner regarding the result of applying Mr. Neal's inputs to the two models and what the result would be. I'm going to overrule that objection and state that, I'm going to attach the proper significance to that testimony, if any, when it comes time to write my recommended decision. So with that, the only objection that I'm aware of is overruled. I'm not going to strike the testimony from the record, and we shall move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, do you have anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. We're at 12:20. So let's take our lunch break. Let's be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Thanks, Casey.
Everybody ready to go? Ms. Wiesenthal, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're back on the record in proceeding number 23A-0215E. And I guess we'll continue. Ms. Singer Nelson, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. UCA tenders Mr. Neal for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. And I'll turn to public service.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we do have those public slip sheets for the other exhibits. Do you want to just handle that at the end of the hearing in terms of their admission?
Why don't we do it fast now, so
Okay.
neither of us forget.
Great. So the company has uploaded into its box public slip sheets for hearing exhibits 106 through 118. When we had posted them as confidential only, and they need to be accompanied by a public slip sheet. So we would move the admission of those slip sheets so that we are in compliance with the rules.
I'm assuming there are no objections, so that they are admitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Neal, welcome back. And I know you know this, but just friendly reminder that the oath you took continues to apply.
Yes, I understand that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neal.
Good afternoon.
For the record, I'm Matthew Larson on behalf of Public Service. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you now.
So I want to start off and just level set on what you proposed in this case through your answer testimony. Okay. And you supported this allowance of approximately $20 million out of $37.6 million total. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you do not support the settlement that the company and staff have reached. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now that disallowance has several discrete components.
Yes,
And the first one is that Comanche 1 should have run more in 2022, correct?
yes,
And you provide a data set from 2021 in support of that disallowance, right?
for Comanche 1,
You have a comparison in your testimony to 2021 operations for Comanche 1.
yes,
And that system was similar. Availability of fuel supply was the same between the 2 years, correct?
there are many assumptions, as Jessica has emphasized, that go into each year, but those are generally some of them.
And the second component you have is that Craig and Hayden units should have run more, correct?
Correct,
And again, you have 2021 data provided in support of that, right?
yes, I could have provided several years of data. There's both monthly data and 2021 fall data that goes into that analysis.
We'll get into that in more detail. And then the third component is that combined cycle units should have been running more than certain CTs, mostly the Cherokee 4 unit, correct?
CTs and Cherokee 4. Cherokee 4 is not a CT.
And you lean on the FERC Form 1 in support of that, correct?
Just for the cost numbers for those units.
The cost numbers that you compare it to come from the FERC Form 1, right?
Correct.
So I want to talk about how to evaluate those proposals, because you have testimony around what the standard of review is. You remember that testimony?
Yes,
So in your testimony, you address a reasonable utility standard. You remember that?
correct, yes.
In support of that testimony, the reasonable utility standard, you cite some testimony from your colleague, Mr. Skluzak, right?
Yes,
And you believe that that standard here espoused by Mr. Skluzak should control, correct?
I think the general standard of a reasonable man would do reasonable things is a pretty common standard for lots of places and not just what Mr. Skluzak said about it.
But your testimony focuses on the reasonable utility standard from Mr. Skluzak, and you believe that it should apply here, correct?
Yes,
Now, Mr. Skluzak's operated out before, right, in the Winter Storm Uri proceeding for public service, right?
yes,
And that was proceeding number 21A-0392EG, correct?
yes,
And he offered that in a proceeding before ALJ and Revolver, right?
I do not know. Oh, yes, that's correct.
Ms. Federico, can we go into our box and pull up what's been marked as we should have in our box decision number 22-0279, which is, I believe is 119. And there's a recommended decision from Administrative Law Judge Melody Rambaba in proceeding number 21A-0392EG. See that?
It says 119 EG. Yes, that.
You are correct. Thank you for correcting me. 0192, my prescription is failing me. You see that?
Yes,
Have you seen that decision before?
probably. Haven't looked at it recently.
And Your Honor, I'd like to either move this decision into evidence or take administrative notice of it under Rule 1501C, whatever your preference is.
Is it marked as hearing exhibit 119?
It is marked as hearing exhibit 119, but we could change the designation if you prefer to do it as administrative notice.
It doesn't have a header on it, if that's what you mean. It's just
Yeah.
the title.
Yeah. Why don't I just take administrative notice of it?
Thank you. We would ask that you do that. And can we scroll down to page 87? And there's a footnote, which should be number 483. I want to zoom in on the first sentence. And now this is the proceeding, Mr. Neal, where Mr. Skluzak proposed the reasonable utility standard, correct? That's what we were talking about before.
Yes,
And Judge Rambaba finds that the ALJ does not adopt the UCA's proposed reasonable utility standard to the extent it requires the commission to compare public services actions with other utilities actions. Do you see that?
yes,
I read that correctly.
yes,
So that reasonable utility standard that you espoused was not adopted when it was previously proposed, correct?
in comparison with other utilities actions. I'm not comparing Fiasco in this case with other utilities.
But Judge Rambaba did not adopt the reasonable utility standard, did she?
In comparison with other utility actions.
So your position is that Judge Rambaba adopted the
She
reasonable
did not
utility standard?
blanketly reject the reasonable utility standard.
Let's read it one more time. The ALJ does not adopt the UCA's proposed reasonable utility standard.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll withdraw the question. Are you familiar with Rule 4608C, Mr. Mayor?
Not offhand.
We have that in our box as well as hearing exhibit 120. We could also go to the administrative notice route on this, Your Honor.
Is this, does it have is it marked as exhibit? Or did you say 120?
It's just titled as 120, but no header.
So by titled, what do you mean?
The
document itself is called hearing exhibit 120,
Oh,
there's no header on each page.
Yeah, so the file name is, okay. So, and what you're looking at, Mr. Larson, is 4608, what?
Subpart C, Your Honor.
Well, I'll just take administrative notice of this, but let's leave it up for purposes of the witness.
And that's a prudence review standard. You see that there, Mr. Neal?
For GCA,
Yeah, and you testified in a number of ECA cases, haven't you?
yes,
And a lot of the company's annual prudence reviews.
yes,
It's pretty typical to use the GCA standard of review for the ECA, isn't it?
yes.
So I want to go a little bit more detail into the specific proposals that you have. I want to start with Comanche One, okay? And your general position with regard to Comanche One is that it should have run more in September, October, and November, right?
Yes,
Now, it ran some in September, October, and November, right?
yes, correct.
During tight system conditions, constrained system conditions, the unit did run, right?
Yes, that was provided in answer to discovery. That was not in their direct case.
But we can agree that the unit ran, correct? And the company provided that information to you. Right?
Yes, a little bit. Yes, a few days.
But your position is that should have run more, right?
Yes,
And in support of that, you focused on the without average.
But I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it is, I know we're just using the microphone, but it is really mumbly. I don't know if you can try to be a little more, I hope Casey's recording this otherwise. But the sound is really terrible. I'm sorry.
Understood, Ms. Wiesenthal. So I think what Ms. Wiesenthal is looking for is for everybody to slow down and enunciate as well as possible. So.
It's a good reminder, and I will enunciate better going forward.
and I will slow down.
We're gonna collaborate here.
But you're not, neither one of you are gonna do both, it sounds like.
So, and then you base your position with regard to Comanche One on the without adders model that the company ran, right?
I base my dollar value disallowance on the model run from the company.
And that's the without adders model, correct?
Correct.
And you testify that this post analysis shows that Comanche One would not have run out of coal in actual operation, correct?
That was what was indicated by the without adders model run.
So your position is that the without adders model run supports the fact that the units, that Comanche Station would not have run out of coal. That's your position, correct?
That's what the model run said.
So we have real-time operators on one hand, managing system conditions, and then we have this post analysis on the other.
Yes,
And that's your sole basis for the disallowance, right?
I don't think that's my sole basis. That's the basis for the dollar value.
Right.
I think the judge needs a dollar value, and that's the way to get a dollar value.
And you got that out of the without adders model, correct? So is it your position that the without adders case is managing coal inventories? That's the purpose of the case, the modeling run?
No, I didn't say that at all. I said, because the model showed that, they could have also done that in actuality.
But you'd agree with me that the without adders case is designed to show a situation where there was not a coal shortage problem, correct?
That was not my understanding of the without adders case. My understanding of without adders case was it was the same coal situation, but they did not have the adders to manage the operation of the unit.
Would it surprise you if one of the assumptions in the without adders case was that there was no issues with coal supply and no coal inventory problems?
I did not see that in any of the testimony or discovery. Well, I did not see that. Maybe it was there, but I didn't see it in the testimony or the discovery responses. It was just listed as a without adders case.
Did you analyze any displacement of wind and solar that might have happened in certain hours if Comanche 1 had run one?
I did not analyze that. I think that would have happened. So Piesco's claim that there was no reason to include wind and solar in the Gin Trader modeling run was not correct, because if you put in Comanche 1 more, you would have changed the amount of wind and solar generation and the amount of curtailment. And Piesco did not take that into account.
So if it had displaced wind and solar, if Comanche 1 running had displaced wind and solar, there would be less wind and solar. You agree with that?
Yes,
And wind and solar can be lower cost, correct?
it's generally best run. It doesn't know what the cost is. It's operated when the wind and solar blows, unless you have other units that can't turn down, and you have to curtail wind and solar.
So in that situation, you have a higher cost resource displacing a lower cost resource, correct?
In those few hours, you've got many more hours when the low cost Comanche would be displacing much higher cost.
But you haven't actually analyzed any of those hours, correct?
I asked you to run them and you refused.
You have not analyzed any of those hours, correct?
No, that's not correct. I looked at the hourly data that was provided, and I looked at when, I looked at the hourly data. It's not true that I did not look at the hour by hour analysis. The hourly data was provided for each unit, and I looked at what was going on, and it's clear that yes, some hours, if you had been Comanche 1 more, there would have been curtailment wind solar, but there are vastly more hours when Comanche 1 would have substantially reduced the cost of this situation.
Where in your testimony is the analysis of those hours?
Page 37, I talk about the hour by hour analysis. And for example, I talk about Cherokee 4 squeezing out the lower cost units like Craig and Hayden, particularly. But
You have not done a full reconstruction hour by hour, trying to look at what would have happened if Comanche 1 had run more, correct?
I asked you to run that and you refused.
Did you analyze the situation as to what would have happened if Comanche Station had run out of coal?
No.
So we don't know what would have happened in that situation from a system cost perspective, do we?
No.
But avoiding running out of coal is kind of that no risk attitude that you testify about in your testimony, correct?
I don't think I talk about a no risk attitude.
Can we go to hearing exhibit 300, page 11, please?
You know, Piesco has lots of units. If Comanche doesn't have coal, there are other
Your Honor, I haven't
units
asked
that
you
they
any
did
question.
run. I think you asked me about it. What happened?
I asked Mr. Federico to go to hearing exhibit 300.
So just wait for a question, please.
You asked me a question.
If we could go down to the bottom, line 19. You talk about the no risk attitude of Piesco. You see that?
Yes, I see that. That refers to the fact that whatever Piesco does, they charge customers for, they have no risk to their own cost. They pass it all through to customers. That's what that means.
So you think the company should take more risks when it comes to the reliability of the
It's
system?
not what that means.
Let's move to Craig and Hayden. So with regard to Craig and Hayden, just as a general matter, the way that you come at that is you developed a proxy value on a monthly basis, and then you calculate the delta between how much it ran and what that proxy value is, correct?
That's correct.
But you have the units broken apart to some extent, which we can talk about, but you have two Craig units and one Hayden unit, and then you have one Hayden unit separate, right?
Correct.
So let's start with the Craig units and the Hayden unit, where you have the three put together. And we can go to your testimony if it's helpful. I believe it's on page 27 of hearing exhibit 300. And that table CM4 is where you show that analysis, right?
Correct.
So some of the inputs that you have into that proxy value, one down below, you talk about a 99,000 megawatt hour per month value. And that's based on July 2021 and July 2022, correct?
Yes,
Then you also talk about a 97,000 megawatt hour per month value. And that's based on different months, right?
correct.
And that's based on October 2021 and December 2021. Do I have that right?
Yes,
And Ms. Federico, can we roll a little bit back up to the table? So Mr. Neal, where can we see in October and December where that 97,000 is coming from? Should I be looking at the 2021 column, total, Craig and Hayden 2, and then you see it in those two, doesn't have line numbers, so I'm challenged to explain where it is, but is that generally where I should be looking?
on the, in the rightmost columns, the total Craig and Hayden 1, there's 21 and 2022, and down in those columns are the values that I cited in my testimony.
And that's, if I'm reading this right, 97,454 for October 2021, 97,403 for December 2021, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And that's how you come back to the 97,000 megawatt hour per month proxy.
Yes, I used 97,000 instead of 99,000 to be a little bit conservative.
But you didn't consider the other months there, right?
Oh, I did, I looked at them.
Well, you looked at them, but when you made the 97,000, it's just based on the 2 months, right? October and December.
Yes,
So what does it say in the same column for September?
21 or 22,
2021, right above the 97,454, what's that number?
87,767, I believe so.
And you excluded that from your analysis, right?
No, not entirely, I considered it.
Your 97,000 megawatt hour proxy is not based on that 87,767, is it?
No, it's not. I said the unit was capable of running 97,000 megawatt hours, or those units were capable of running 97,000 megawatt hours in a month.
But you excluded that month from your analysis in terms of coming up with the proxy. Correct.
I looked for a monthly value.
Mhm. And you did the same thing then for November, which I believe, tell me if I'm reading this right, 93,930, right?
Yes, I see that number.
And that's excluded as well.
Well, I don't think it's excluded. I found a monthly number that with the plants were capable of operating at.
But your testimony is only really focusing on October and December. It's not talking about September and November, right?
Those are how I got the 97,000 number. I could have picked 99,000, I could have picked your 87,000 in that month. But the plants are capable of running 97,000 megawatt hours in a month.
And I'm not talking about what the plants are capable of running. I'm just talking about what you used as a basis for your 97,000. And it sounds like we agreed it was October and December of 2021, or we're looking at in that graph right there.
Yes, that's where I got the $97,000 megawatt hour number.
Great. So we discussed that there's 2 units at Hayden, correct? Hayden 1, Hayden 2.
Yes,
Keeps it easy. But you only have Hayden 2 in this graph, right?
yes,
And you have Hayden 1 in a different graph, right?
a different table, actually.
Different table, yeah. I'm getting my shapes confused, but yes, different table. Maybe we should jump to that table, which is table CN5, and it's on page 28. That's the Hayden 1 table, is that correct?
Yes,
So looking at the generation, in 2022 is actually quite a bit more than 2021, right?
Yes, the unit was out for maintenance for a good part of the fall in 2021.
And you had a different proxy for this particular unit,
Yes, the units are different size.
but this one you had at 87,000 megawatt hours.
Yes,
And as a basis for that, tell me if I get these dates right. I was trying to parse your testimony. We've got July 2021, August 2022, August 2021, and July 2022. Do I have that right?
somebody should check. I think those are numbers are up there.
We can take a look at it. It's down in line 13. That's where it starts. You want to read that over to the next page? I just want to make sure I got the timing of those right.
Yes, Hayden 1, July 2021, August 2022, August of 2021, and July of 2022.
So generally speaking, 2021, quite different for that unit than 2022, right?
Not for these high monthly values.
But up in your table CN5, the actual generation is pretty different, right?
In September, October, November, yes.
Yeah, and that's based on unique facts and circumstances in those months. That's between the years, correct?
Yes.
Now, coming back to your 87,000, which is based on the July and August 2021 and 2022 numbers. Those months are in the summer. We can agree on that, right?
Yes.
PSCO is a summer peaking system, correct?
Yes.
Most of the months that issue here are in the fall, right?
Except for August, and September is kind of a summer month these days.
I think September is generally considered a shoulder month from an operational perspective. Agreed.
Okay. But that actually means that there's less problem running into cooler weather in the fall.
I think we were just talking about what time of year September is. I didn't ask you anything else. Shoulder months can have different loads, right?
Yes.
Shoulder months can have different levels of renewable output.
And the
I'm
fall.
sorry, Matt, I don't know if anybody's listening on the web, but they wouldn't understand it. So you're really mumbling a little. I guess when you look down, I don't know. I'm sorry. You just try to enunciate a little more.
Can you hear me better now?
Ms. Wiesenthal, can you hear him better now?
I could hear, yeah, I heard that. I'm not quite sure. Just try to take it slow and enunciate a lot.
I think slowing down would help.
We can do that.
All right, thank you.
So we were talking about shoulder months, and they could have different levels of renewable output, right?
Yes, and unfortunately, the fall of 2022 was a fairly low season for renewable output. The wind was disappointingly low, given the fact that they were short of coal. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it up with wind.
Yeah, and part of it is that every year is different from an operational standpoint, right?
Yes.
So last topic, I want to talk about Cherokee 4. So you take issue with the way that Cherokee 4 was run in the fall of 2022, right?
Yes, I certainly do.
And in your position, we can go to page 38 of hearing exhibit 300. Line 1 is that the company should have just turned off Cherokee 4 when load dropped after the summer, right?
Yes, should not have been must run all in 5 months.
But we can agree that there was a transmission instruction in place that affected the running of Cherokee 4, correct?
I don't believe that's in the record.
Can we go to attachment CN8 of hearing exhibit 300?
8, right?
Yes, 8. So if we can we briefly look at the question for UCA 2-15 subpart E? And Mr. Neal, take a moment to read that and let me know when you're done.
Okay, but
And essentially the gist of the question is why the company was running Cherokee 4 continuously from August through December, right?
Yes.
Mr. Rico, can we scroll down to the answer, please? So in this answer, it discusses why the extended run was necessary for overall system capacity needs and to manage local transmission constraints. And it also cites the 2 OASIS postings regarding those transmission constraints. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is in an exhibit to your testimony, correct?
You said this was my attachment?
Yes, sir. It's attachment CN8.
Okay, yes, it is my attachment, yes.
So coming back to what your position was, which is that PSCO should have turned Cherokee 4 off, does it follow that it's your view that they should have simply not followed that transmission instruction?
Well, that's from Fiesco. They decide that themselves. And it's a non-economic decision and they just post it and that's what's supposed to happen. And I don't agree with those necessarily.
The posting and the actual decision regarding unit operation doesn't occur within the same group, correct?
I don't know.
Would it surprise you if there's 2 separate groups with standards of conduct between them?
I don't know.
But in order to do what you're saying PSCO should have done, they should have not followed that transmission instruction, correct?
What they should not have done is not made Cherokee 4 must run for the entire fall.
And not making Cherokee 4 must run would have conflicted with that transmission instruction, correct?
Well, they both say that essentially they say the need will vary based on generation. And that's not what happened. They just made it must run the entire fall. If there was lots of wind coming in, then they might have needed to make Cherokee or to run Cherokee. But they just ran it, no matter what happened. That was the problem.
But when there's transmission limitations, there's also a need for generation in the Denver metro area, right?
Yes.
Cherokee 4 provides generation in the Denver metro area, correct?
So does a Arapahoe. So does several plants.
But Cherokee 4 does, right?
Cherokee 4 is one of the units that can be used if there's a lot of wind coming in. If there's not a lot of wind coming in, it's not needed.
But Cherokee 4 was put in the position that was put in order to comply with this transmission instruction, right?
Regardless of the amount of wind that was coming in and whether it was really needed to operate or not.
So let's assume the instruction wasn't there and we can go into kind of, your structure where Cherokee 4 gets turned off at the end of the summer, okay? Have you done an assessment of voltage in the metro area without Cherokee 4?
No.
And have you looked at how not having Cherokee 4 would have affected renewable imports from other parts of the state?
I don't think it would have been a problem because the wind was fairly low. So most of the time, except for perhaps a few hours, there would not have been a problem with importing wind into the Denver area.
But you don't have an analysis of that in your testimony, do you?
No.
Have you done an assessment on what would have happened with curtailments if Cherokee 4 was not online?
Having Cherokee 4 has 2 effects. Supposedly it's to enable more power to come in, but by the simple, because it's running, it's also reducing the amount of generation that's needed. So I don't know which way the net result would be, whether it be more curtailment or less curtailment. I don't know. You would have to do that analysis in great detail.
The Cherokee 4 is allowing more generation to come into the metro area, especially from renewable sources in remote places. You're diminishing curtailments, right?
Sometimes, but at night, when Cherokee 4 can only ramp down to 180 megawatts, then it's blocking wind generation coming in, so it's increasing curtailment.
And as we increase curtailments, there's increase in costs, correct?
Yeah, because Cherokee 4 is not only running an expensive unit, it's increasing curtailment, which has further cost increases.
And I'm talking about a situation where Cherokee 4 is not on and it increases curtailment, that increases costs, correct?
I think some of the time Cherokee 4 would be reducing curtailment because it's causing curtailment. So you turn it off, you're reducing curtailment, you're increasing the amount of wind that can be brought in.
What analysis do you have in your testimony in this case with regard to the impact of Cherokee 4 on curtailments?
I don't have analysis, and neither do you.
Have you done any assessment of how many hours during the fall that the system might have been short of capacity if Cherokee 4 had been taken offline?
I think that would be exactly zero, because there was plenty of combustion turbine capacity available. You know, when I did the combustion turbine picture up on my graph, I only used 2 of the combustion turbine plants. The other 2 were not used more because they weren't needed. So there was more capacity that could have replaced Cherokee 4 with those 2 combustion turbines if it was necessary.
That assumes everything's interchangeable, doesn't it?
Combustion turbines are pretty similar to Cherokee 4. They can replace Cherokee 4.
It assumes all combustion turbines are interchangeable with any other combustion turbine. That's what you're assuming, right?
That's generally the case.
Would it surprise you if the system was unreliable for 131 hours in the fall without Cherokee 4?
I have not seen that. Now that modeling, if you've done that, I really would have liked to have had that.
So one other thing you say in your testimony is you call Cherokee 4 and this is a quote, a high cost peaking unit. You remember that?
Yes,
And you think Cherokee 4 should be operated like a peaking unit, correct?
yes, absolutely. And you can look at my resource stack graph that shows that way up there in the stack.
The Cherokee 4 is a coal unit that was converted to natural gas.
That's correct, which makes it more difficult to operate than a combustion turbine. It's not as flexible.
And it makes it more difficult to operate as a peaking unit, doesn't it?
I don't know that that's the case. It has restrictions on its operation that things like combustion turbines don't have, so they're more flexible, easier to operate.
So do you think converted coal plants should be operated like peakers?
They should be operated after the combustion turbines. I said that, I think, pretty clearly.
So finally, moving away from the transmission instruction, you argue that the Craig and Hayden coal units, combined cycle units, and CTs would result in lower cost generation.
Yes,
And we look to the FERC Form 1 for that, correct?
yes.
And that's in table CN6.
Yes, and I said, that's the third form one is just a cost data for those units.
Right, but the cost basis for that conclusion is from the FERC Form 1, right?
That's the source of the cost.
So I think we talked about this already, but you're typically the UCA's witness in ECA prudence reviews.
Yes, have been anyway.
Yeah, ever since they got more contentious, right?
Excuse me?
What
Never
I
mind.
was talking about is the cases went to full litigation. He's been the witness in those cases. I was not suggesting that he drives the contention.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
So you testified in 19A-0425E, right?
Probably,
That's the 2018 ECA annual prudence review.
yes.
Testified in 20A-0370E, which is the 2019 ECA prudence review.
Probably, yes.
Testified in 21A-0370E, which was the 2020 ECA annual prudence review.
Yes,
And then you testified in 22A-0345E, which is the 2021 ECA PCC annual prudence review.
yes,
And several of those resulted in settlements, the 2019, the 2020, and the 2021, right?
yes, we often settle those cases.
And UCA joined this party in 2019 and 2021.
Yes, I believe so.
And you take an issue with Cherokee 4 operations on multiple occasions in those proceedings, right?
Yes,
Has the commission ever adopted a disallowance based on Cherokee Fork?
As I said, I think we've settled, so there's no specific disallowance on specific items. There's an overall savings, basically.
And on must-run designations, you've offered disallowances as well, correct?
Yes,
Those disallowances never been adopted.
as I've said, we've settled the cases. There's nothing specific about individual units that are must run.
Now, we talked about the ones that settled, but there was one that didn't, and that was the 2018 ECA prudence review. And that case went to hearing. You remember that?
Vaguely, it's been a while.
In order to get on the same page, can we pull up decision number R200144? Yes, it is. And I suspect we did not label that as hearing exhibit 122. I apologize.
Oh, that does have it.
And Your Honor, I'd like to take administrative notice of decision number R200144, which is the decision from the ECA Annual Prudence Review 2018.
Administrative notice is granted.
Can we roll down to paragraph 31, please?
Page. Probably not, huh?
I don't, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
31?
Yes. Mr. Neal, can you see that? Okay.
Yes,
And that right there in paragraph 31 summarizes the partial disallowances that were proposed by the OCC, which is now the UCA, right?
yes,
And you have there in the first, so 31A, we have a partial disallowance of 17.9 million for Cherokee 4. Should have been operated at a lower capacity factor and not necessarily in a must-run situation, right?
yes,
And the next one, B, is a partial disallowance of about $959,000 for Fort St. Vrain 5 and 6, because they should have operated the unit more in 2018 based in part on prior year operation.
Your Honor, at this point, I would agree that the document speaks for itself. If Mr. Larson was going to continue to read it, then UCA would stipulate to its admission and state that the document speaks for itself.
So it's already been admitted. Mr. Larson, I'm gonna let you continue, but be brief if you can.
We will. It will be expedient. Thank you. And then last one, really quick, $660,000 based on Craig and Hayden, correct?
to operate less in 2018, yes.
Right. And then we have one for Plains End, and in total, it's about $20 million, right?
Yes,
So you proposed all of these disallowances and brought them forward in that case, right?
yes,
If we could go down to paragraph 44, and apologies, I do not have a page number. I'd like you to read paragraph 44 through paragraph 47. And I'll summarize and tell me if I get this right. So paragraph 44 says the disallowances advocated by the OCC are based on simplistic formulas, correct?
Can you read it, Mr. Neal? It's gotten kind of small.
that's what it says in paragraph 44, yes.
Okay.
And the next one formula is based on which units were the least expensive to run and posits that because more expensive units were run, the use of more expensive units is not prudent. End of analysis, right?
That's what it says.
Next one says another formula is simply that since a plant was used more in previous years, it should have been run in 2018. Right?
That's what it says.
So Mr. Larson, let me just tell you, you just sped up very quickly. And we all do that when we're reading.
Yes.
So just keep in mind, Ms. Wiesenthal is doing her best.
Absolutely, and thank you, and apologies, Ms. Wiesenthal. And then paragraph 47, at no time is safety or reliability of the service or any other factor included or considered in any of these analyses, right?
That's what it says. I don't agree with that.
And then can we go down to paragraph 53? And this is discussing and rejecting the UCA's disallowances and calling the UCA's approach simplistic. You see that?
That's generally what it says. Some of it is not exactly correct in my opinion.
But that's what the judge said in that case, right?
Asked and answered.
So I'm going to sustain that. If you have anything further, the document does speak for itself.
Thank you, Your Honor. So all of these disallowances were based on prior year performance in the FERC Form 1, correct? Your proposed disallowances that were not adopted by the ALJ were based on prior year performance or the FERC Form 1 costing, correct?
I'm just not certain of whether the FERC Form 1 came into this. There's some consideration of prior year performance, but because the unit did run more in a prior year, it could run more in this year.
Well, the ALJ right above paragraph 53 quotes your testimony discussing the FERC Form 1.
Well, again, the costs are from the FERC Form 1.
And you use that exact same analysis here, didn't you?
It's not the exact same analysis at all.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Mr. Neal, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. It's been very helpful. I just have a couple questions for you. And the first subject may be a bit unfair. It's the reasonable utility standard, and I know that you're not the one from UCA that originally proposed this. So if you don't know, you don't know, and I'll understand that. Under the reasonable utility standard as proposed originally by Mr. Skluzak, as I understand it, I think it's stated in your testimony, I think you were basically quoting what Mr. Skluzak has said previously. It talks about the reasonable utility standard kind of potentially being a sliding scale, meaning it can be adjusted to a higher standard if a person or entity to which the standard applies has higher level skills or expertise. Do you remember that part of it?
Could we bring it up?
Yeah.
Me at least?
Sure, certainly. Hearing exhibit 300. Can we bring that up, Ms. Federico? For my notes, and hopefully they're accurate, go to page 13, please. And I think it's starting on line 12. Okay, so getting down towards the bottom, lines 19 through 26 is where you are quoting from Mr. Skluzak. And I think what I'm referring to is towards the end of that, so I'll let you read.
Yes, that's what it says. Higher skills implies a higher level of standard, a higher standard.
So do you know how that applies to public service in this context? In other words, it would seem to me in these matters, public service has a pretty high degree of expertise. And does that then mean that a higher standard within the reasonable utility standard should apply to public service? Is that your understanding?
Yes, I think it means that they should be held to a very high standard in this case because they had the expertise. They could tell they were running higher cost units instead of lower cost units. For example, they were shutting or reducing generation at Craig and Hayden when they're running gas powered units. They know that's not economic dispatch. They should be held to a standard that that is not economic and that should be disallowed.
Okay, thank you for that. So, and I know you were here for Mr. Faulkner's testimony, and I'm sure you read all of his written testimony as well. And you'll recall that he takes issue with your analysis and specifically comparing generation from prior years to the time period that's relevant to this proceeding. And I'm just wondering what your response is to that.
Well, again, kind of getting back to this reasonable, I just call it a reasonable man standard. A reasonable man would think it's not reasonable to run your units less in 2022 when you're short of coal than you did in 2021. That just does not make sense. You needed to run the low cost units as much as you could to make up for it. If you did not do that, that's not reasonable. It doesn't meet the reasonable standard. Okay. And I'm kind of specifically talking about Craig and Hayden in that case. And they were lower cost units, they ran them less. And that just does not make sense.
Okay. All right. So I want to give you an opportunity to respond to the testimony of Mr. Faulkner. So if there's anything else that you'd like to respond to his testimony here today. So here's your opportunity.
Well, one of the things I wanted to emphasize, Fiasco has emphasized several times that they operated economically. And that's not the case with Cherokee 4 and Musk running Cherokee 4 all the time, the entire 5 months. Cherokee 4 is run way out of economics. It's a high cost unit, an 8-cent unit or something like that. And they were running Cherokee 4 instead of units like Craig and Hayden. You know, when I looked at the hourly analysis, you can see that Cherokee 4 is dropping down every night and ramping up in the daytime, dropping down every night. And that's causing Craig and Hayden to drop down every night and come up. But every night Craig and Hayden are dropping down because they're running Cherokee 4. If they had turned off Cherokee 4, we could have had lots more generation from Craig and Hayden and even more wind and solar generation and less curtailment. Cherokee 4 operation, not economic, it's forcing more curtailment at night when it's running because its minimum capacity is 180 megawatts. And that means in some cases 180 megawatts less wind and solar, or some portion of that less generation from Craig and Hayden.
Understood. Okay, well that's, let me just look at my notes. Give me a moment.
I guess if I have the chance, another thing I might say is, you know, Mr. Bogdan speculated on what he thought the model would say if we had run the model. And I should have the right to speculate on what I think the model would say if we had run the model. And again, I think the model would have said that it would have been substantially cheaper if the model had been run, because the model would have, if you assume, you know, you've got assumptions that go into the model run. And Fiasco assumed that Cherokee 4 would still be must run. And I'd say that's the first thing you take out of the model is making Cherokee 4 not must run. And then you'd have, again, more Craig and Hayden operation, more wind and solar operation, less curtailment, and substantially lower costs. And like I say, when I looked at the hourly operation of the actual hourlies of each of the units, which we got, you see that very clear picture that Cherokee 4 was forcing down operation of lower cost units.
Well, let me ask you this, does the UCA have access to the Plexos or GenTrader models?
No, we do not. They cost tens of thousands of dollars, and we don't have that in our budget. And it would take an awful lot of personal, people effort. You know, they've probably got 5, 10 people on staff that do not run the model. We don't have that kind of stuff. You know, it's not really realistic. But I think it's reasonable for us to ask them to run something and for them to run it, and they refuse.
Okay, so I think what I heard you saying was that UCA doesn't have the knowledge and or expertise to be able to run the Plexos or GenTrader models, even if you had access to them.
That's not what I said.
Okay,
I'm an expert in those models. I've run those models for almost 50 years. So I'm clear back in the pro screen days and stuff like that. So I ran those. You know, I did that at Colorado Springs Utilities when I worked there just over 10 years ago. So yeah, I have the expertise to run those models, but I don't have the time and I don't have the model. But I certainly have the expertise. And that's why when I say I know what's going on and what the model would say, you know, I've done that for decades. I'm a modeler. That was what I often did.
understood.
And as a consultant, as an employee of utilities.
Understood, and thank you for that clarification. Yeah, those are all the questions I have, so I'll turn to UCA for redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess just jumping off of what the ALJ was just walking through with you is if public service would have provided the runs that we talked about this morning with Mr. Bogner, do you think you could have been able to get the information you needed to test your assumptions in the model itself?
Yes, assuming they actually ran what we wanted and didn't do something, you might need a couple iterations or an iteration or two to say, okay, I said do this and you did some minor variation, like, for example, if I just said, run this and I forgot to say turn Cherokee 4 off, you know, then I would have to run it again and say turn Cherokee 4 off. But there are, you know, as Dave said many times, there are a lot of assumptions that go into that. And there may be something missed, but in general, yes, if we had the runs, I could determine what the cost impact would have been down to the nearest dollar.
Thank you. I guess I'll step back a little bit and go a little bit broader than my previous question did, just to make sure that you have the opportunity to describe for the commission and the judge really what difference it would make. So if you would have had the opportunity to get all the information from the runs that you requested, how would it have impacted your testimony in this proceeding?
Well, instead of estimating it from 2021 or the high months in the last couple of years, you know, say 87,000 for Hayden, the model would have run that and would have had, you know, we'll run 87,000 in one month and 84,000 another month and 83,000 another month. And so we'd have maybe 90,000 in another month. So we'd have that actual way the model thought that it should be run instead of just a fairly simple estimate, but a reasonable estimate. The plants actually ran that much in those runs, and they could have run that much in other months. But the model would have estimated, would have taken into account many of those things that public service has talked about, like what the load was, what the renewable generation was, what the curtailment was, what other units could not be shut down or were not shut down, what units were on outages. all those things that they talk about. That's what the model's for. That's what it would say if they had run it.
And without those model runs, why do you believe that your assumptions and your recommendations to the commission in this case are reasonable?
As I said, the units actually ran as much as I said they did. And they ran that in those months. And that takes into account all those other things that they talked about, the load, the renewable generation, the outages of other units, fuel costs and those kinds of things. When I looked at the exact, the actual number I used, like the 87,000 number, that was from months that took into account all those things. And they could have run that much in the months that were left. So those are reasonable numbers for what the units could have run. And then basing those costs on those monthly estimates provides a reasonable estimate of what the units could have run and what the cost savings could have been.
So your analysis was based on actual data,
Yes,
and that took into consideration all of the factors that were outlined relating to how to come up with a reasonable hindsight analysis?
yes, it took into all the factors that could impact unit operation.
Thank you. I apologize for walking slowly. I want to make sure that my notes are clear and that, that I really have to ask the questions. I don't have to ask the questions, Your Honor.
Understood.
Thank you. Mr. Nail, do you recall when Mr. Larson was talking to you relating to the Comanche data and you stated that you had reviewed hourly data, and I got a sense that you wanted to explain more about the hourly data that you used and you reviewed. So I wanted to give you the opportunity now to talk about that issue a little bit more. How is that significant to your recommendations?
Well, public service claimed that you could only do this analysis if you did an hour by hour analysis. And I clearly said in my testimony that I examined the hourly data. Not every hour, but I looked at what happens in different hours, and I said, when Cherokee 4 was ramping down at night, that caused Craig and Hagen to ramp down at night. I looked at the hourly data and looked at the wind generation in the fall, and as I said, wind was pretty low, and therefore there was less curtailment we might have seen in other occasions, and we weren't displacing as much wind as might have been possible if it had been a very windy fall. But yeah, I examined the hourly data and used it in developing my recommendations.
I think next I'll go to Exhibit 300, revised 1-year testimony. And I'm going to page 37 that Mr. Larson walked through with you. I think one of the tables or charts is there. Oh, actually, I want to look at table 4. So that's on a different page. There we are. Page 27, I apologize.
And you are there now.
Can you see table 4 clearly?
I can see it.
Do you recall, I know the numbers are kind of small, aren't they? Do you recall the discussion with Mr. Larson relating to your assumption that you used 97,000 megawatt hours as your test amount?
Yes, that's in the far right column where it says diff to 97,000. And the 97,000 was taken from 2 of the months where generation of these units was close to 97,000. And like I say, there are 2 other months where it was 99,000. And so I try to be a little more conservative and not use 99,000.
Well, what about that $87,000 or 87,000 megawatt hour figure for, what month is that? For September of 2021?
Yes, and the next month it was 97,000, and there, as you say, there are risk factors, but those units are capable of generating 97,000 megawatt hours in a month. That's what the analysis says. That's what actually happened, and that's the basis. You know, I'm based on what's actual performance of the units.
So is it your opinion that if a unit ran at 97,000 in one month, that it would be capable of running at 97 in another month, regardless of the, let's say, compare October and September here, in 2021 under Craig and Hayden 2, is it your opinion that for September, they could have run at 97,000 megawatt hours?
That's what it could have. There may be reasons why it didn't, where it didn't need to because load was low or renewable generation was high, or it might have had an outage. But yeah, it is physically possible for the unit to run for 97,000 megawatt hours.
And where did you get this information?
That's the 2 months where the actual operation was over 97,000 and the 2 other months where it was over 99,000.
This was information given to you by public service?
This is the response to UCA 1-6.A1.
Okay, and that's exhibit C N-2 revised?
Yes.
Thank you. Can we pull up exhibit CN8 to your testimony? Exhibit 300, CN, attachment CN8. This is public services response to UCA Discovery 2-15. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall talking to Mr. Larson about this exhibit during your cross-examination today?
Yes.
And now, is this one of the exhibits where you asked public service to perform a model run and they objected to providing that model run? And I would direct your attention specifically to
Yeah, maybe the last part asked for that.
right, it's H.
Yes.
Basically, is it true that when you say, please provide the cost savings accrued due to shutting down Cherokee 4 after load demand dropped off after summer peak in 2022, that that would have required a model run to respond to answer?
Yes.
And that's what you are requesting in this question?
Yes.
And public service objected to that, saying that it seeks information in a form that does not currently exist and would take a special study to produce such information.
Yes. And that's again, taking the mustphone off of Cherokee 4 and shutting it down, or basically putting it back on economic dispatch so that if it needed to run, it could run, but it would not be forced to run constantly and therefore displacing lower cost units. And can we move down to the answer to that last?
Sure, yes, thank you.
AC objection, which is special run.
Right. Okay, let's look at exhibit 122, which is a decision R20-0144. Mr. Neal, do you recall Mr. Larson's reading of paragraphs from this decision into the record?
Yes.
And you said that you didn't necessarily agree with several of the conclusions. And I guess I just wanted to ask you a couple questions about that. Why do you keep raising issues about disallowances when the commission has rejected your arguments in the past?
Because public service is not operating prudently, they're running higher cost units when lower cost units are available. They're making units must run when they don't have to be. And there are valid cost excesses that are not necessary.
And I'm sorry, I can't talk. Do your recommendations vary from case to case based on the facts that are presented in that particular case?
Yes, absolutely. They're not general recommendations. They're based on the facts of each case.
And in this case, did you evaluate all the discovery independently from what you have evaluated in other cases?
Yes. And I think the commission decision is case specific too. They're, it's based on the issues in the specific case.
What is your opinion as to whether the public interest is served by your continuing to make recommendations to the commission on disallowances and ECA proceedings based on your view of the facts of that case?
That is the charge of the UCA, is to find what is in the public interest. And what is in the public interest is lower costs when there is the opportunity for lower costs. And public service did not do what was the low cost alternative.
I have just one more question. Mr. Neal, is this issue part of your discussion and your testimony relating to the black box of the models, and that the UCA doesn't have the information that public service has in being able to evaluate the prudency of a particular action?
Yes, that's part of it. Again, the models have many assumptions, and often we don't know what all those assumptions are. And sometimes when they run an alternative or run this versus that, they may not change all the key assumptions. For example, I've talked about when they finally ran the model with Cherokee or with Comanche 1 made available, they found an $8.5 million cost reduction. If they had run the model taking off Cherokee 4 being must run, they would have also found substantial cost reductions, I believe. We haven't had that run, so we don't actually know. But they're running a high cost unit and forcing lower cost units to run less.
Let's pull up exhibit 119. This is decision number R22-0279. It was Judge Murbaba's recommended decision in the Storm Uri case. You recall discussing that with Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Can we turn to paragraph 15 on page 9 of that decision? Beginning on paragraph 15, ALJ Murbaba initially points out that it's a GCA proceeding, and the standard requires an inquiry as to whether a utility's action or inaction was reasonable in light of the information known or which should have been known at the time of the action or inaction. Is that right?
Yes.
And she went on to say this is really a question about whether the utility prudently incurred the costs that it seeks to recover.
Yes.
And then here the next couple of lines, she talks about the 2020 hindsight issue that we've been talking about today. Prudency for cost recovery cannot be determined based on the perfection of 2020 hindsight. She does say though, but a hindsight review is appropriate to determine how to address similar issues moving forward. Do you see that?
Yes.
Tell me what that means to you as to the reasonable utility standard.
Well, basically, prudency is a hindsight analysis. You've got to go back to see, in the past, did they do what was reasonable? And you've got to have a standard, and the reasonable man, the reasonable utility standard is one of those. But you can't just have the utility do whatever they want and say, oh, it's in the past, so it's okay. We've got to go back and look at what they did and whether it was reasonable. And like I say, when you say they operated Credit Hayden less in 2022 than they did in 2021, that is just simply not reasonable. And she says, when you go move forward, you can do hindsight analysis. And like I say, you have to when you do a prudency review.
Do you agree with me that the last line of the paragraph means that a utility should learn from its actions in the past or its inactions in the past?
Absolutely, yes. And I think one of the things, for example, I think they should learn is that they should not be running Cherokee 4 must run constantly. We've had that issue for years, and they still do it. Regardless of what the load levels are, or regardless of what the renewable generation is, they still run Cherokee 4 must run. And that's just not a reasonable operation for that unit.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Singer Nelson, and thank you, Mr. Neal. Appreciate your testimony, both in writing and here today very much. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with that, UCA, do you have anything further?
No, Your Honor, we're done for the day. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So I'm about to close the evidentiary record. But before I do, I just want to see if there's anything further evidentiary wise that anybody wants me to address.
Nothing more from the company, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing more from staff, Your Honor.
And nothing more for you from UCA. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and close the evidentiary record. So statements of position, I think they're due to November 3rd. That was not changed. Do I have that correctly? Do I have that correct?
I am not aware that the SOP deadline was changed, Your Honor.
Yeah, so I think it's November 3rd. If anybody disagrees, let me know. Not seeing anybody disagreeing with me.
It is.
Thank you. Thank you. So I look forward to your statements of position on November 3rd. So with that, let me ask, is there anything further that anybody would like me to address? I'll start with public service first.
Nothing else from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And staff,
Nothing else from staff, Your Honor.
thank you. And UCA.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, with that, let me thank all of you for putting on a good hearing, good efficient hearing, and for your presentations today. I appreciate the efficiency and the professionalism that you all showed. So with that, we are adjourned.